So, welcome everyone to Spook-o-rama, which is my second Halloween game this year. My name is Zen. I'll be your DM for the day. Players, if you want to introduce yourselves and your characters top to bottom, please go ahead and do so.
Hi everybody, my name's Goozma. I will be playing ya boy Goozma. For everyone's sake, everything Goozma has been saying will be translated into common.
By who?
Oh, just by me for the listeners.
Does he not speak common ordinarily?
Normally he just speaks Grolix.
Oh.
He has no mouth. He's a slime in a jar.
He has a
crap,
though.
Past his all tunes.
But if he, wants to communicate in common, he'll write in his little book.
I'm Alex. I'll be playing Chibi'gi'd.
You and I pronounce Chibi differently. I've only just realized this. That'll be fun.
It's a name.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, and I'm Cydragon. I'll be playing Tessura, the funky cryptid. Big blue boy.
Yes.
Big blue boy indeed. Hello everyone! My name is Extraterrestrial, otherwise known as Doc Toonkind, and I'll be playing Barbara Whyre. Again! She's back!
Who?
Okay. So, now we start our game. On the edge of a forest, a fair distance from any town, is the Everett estate. It was once a grand mansion, home to frequent, lavish parties among the well-to-do of Einquell, but its glory days have long since passed. Now the mansion has fallen into a state of disrepair, and sits almost empty for most of the year. The most recent inheritor of the estate has decided to open the mansion to the public 1 month out of the year as a festive Halloween haunted house. This is the estate's 4th year serving as a haunted house, and all sorts of buzz about it has begun to fly after the previous year's performances. And tonight, the 4 of you stand in front of the estate, not as guests eager for a good scare, but as the actors here to scare them. As you wait outside the gates of the mansion for the owner to let you in, you have your first chance to meet the other actors you'll be working alongside tonight. Does anyone want to say hello?
Barbara is eyeing the rest of you, like, oh god.
I think Tessura's probably off to the side, just glancing at everyone like, this is gonna be entertaining. Oh dear.
Chibi'gi'd is just eyeing Barbara back.
And you see Goozma off to the side, just not like one eye drifted over towards the rest of you to look at everyone else, but the other eye looking up and seems to be having a conversation with his hat, from what you can tell.
Okay. So indeed no one does want to say hello, and you just stand there idly wearing each other for a few minutes, until you see a Toon walking down the path towards you. So they step up to the gate and unlock it, and now this is your first time meeting. Oh god, that opened to the wrong folder. So now this is your first time meeting the current owner of the Everett estate, and therefore the proprietor of the haunted house, so your boss for the night, Finn Everett.
Oh my god.
So they unlock... Indeed. Everyone I've shown this picture of Finn to loves them instantly, including me.
The funny ghost!
I love them.
I love them so much.
The picture's still loading on my end, but... Yep, there we go.
So Finn reaches up to unlock the gate and pulls it open, welcoming you inside the estate's grounds. They say, sorry to keep you waiting. Things always get a little hectic on the first day of the season, setting everything up, trying to get everyone acquainted with the place. Nice to meet you. My name's Finn. And then they will lead you up the path towards the mansion.
It's always nice to meet a real ghost.
Thanks, I guess? Finn says.
I think Tessura is glancing between the Everett, Finn Everett, and everyone else. Like, are they actually a ghost? He's not saying anything, but he doesn't know if they're actually a ghost or not. He doesn't know if it's like polite to ask about it.
Is it polite to ask a ghost if they're real?
Tess doesn't know much.
Well, asking someone if they're real and asking someone if they're a ghost, I feel like those are two different questions.
Those are two different questions.
Even more confusion. I think Tess is probably trailing along at the back, just trying to stick with the group, but not really sure what to make of it yet. But, you know, if they're hired for a job, then they're here.
Mm-hmm. They sure are here. So Finn leads you guys up the path towards the mansion, which is, you know, a big in disrepair mansion. Some of the windows are lit up, some of them are not lit up, some of them are boarded up. So they open the front door and gesture for you guys to go inside. And you find yourselves in, like, you know, old mansion hallway. It's a little bit, the wallpaper's peeling a little bit. There's cobwebs in the corners. I should probably ask you to roll perception or something, because this is indeed a new environment. So, first roll of the game, anyone want to do a perception roll to get a first look at this mansion?
Or Goozma will roll.
Oh my god!
Oh, that's a start. That's sure a start.
Barb perceives.
Barb proceeds.
I don't.
Chibi'gi'd does not.
Tess certainly doesn't
sort
either.
of.
Oh my god!
Okay.
Barb has the eyes.
Only one person
Barb
who
has
can
the
see.
eye. She has one eye.
Well, it's one more than Tess has.
That's
Tess
all
has
he
no
needs.
eyes.
Fucking dead.
Goozma's eyes just kind of wander.
I cannot believe Barb got a dirty 20.
Okay.
She's scared.
So, sorry, what were you saying, Doc?
I just said she's scared.
Okay, starting with the 2 7s, which we established Tessura was in the back and Chibi'gi'd is very short, so I'm gonna say that's why you don't see much. It just looks like a sort of rundown old hallway. You know, you notice the peeling wallpaper and the cobweb, and maybe you're just thinking, this place could use a cleaning. Or could it? Is this maybe intentional Halloween decorations? You don't know.
Classic house approaches.
So you realize you rolled a D10, right?
Oh, I typed that
Oh.
wrong.
I didn't realize that.
I did
Reroll
not
that.
realize either.
God.
That's not much better.
Okay, 13's still better though. Okay, so Chibi'gi'd doesn't see anything. Okay, this next thing, I think a 10's high enough to get, so 10, 13, and 20 will all get it. There is one thing in this hallway that is not very old and dusty, and it is a line of reflective tape on the floor that's sort of like laid down the center of the hallway with an arrow pointing further into the house.
How did Chibi'gi'd miss that? They're at the floor height.
Maybe they're just used to looking up.
Aw.
And then I want to give Barb something for the 20, but I really wasn't thinking.
So
Team
bad.
Exit.
Yeah. Okay, I'll give you this. For the dirty 20, Barb, as you're coming in, you turn around. You're turning around to get a full look at the place, and you notice that there's something carved into the wall over the front door. But you can't quite see what it is.
Oh, lovely.
Okay.
She says
so
that
once-
out loud. She says, oh, lovely.
You're right, the decay here is wonderful.
Not what I meant, darling.
Oh.
So once you're all inside, Finn closes the door again and then starts walking down the hallway, like gesturing for you to follow them. And they're like walking along the direction that the arrow was pointing. And as you walk through the halls, those of you that noticed the first arrow see there's more arrows along the pathway, sort of laying out the path for people to follow. And Finn starts talking as they walk, and they say, like, so there's a few rules here for the haunted house. Some of them because, this is, like, a rather large building that I'm still living in. So the first rule is that everyone who's visiting the haunted house has to stay on the marked route with the tape lining it up and follow the arrows through. So don't go into any of the hallways that are not, like, marked with tape. And, like, as they're saying that, you're passing through, like, a junction where another hallway splits off, and you can see, like, it's just a plain hallway with no tape running down it. And Finn says, like, this place is pretty big, and people have a tendency to get lost when they leave the marked path. It happens at least once every year that someone wanders off and gets themselves lost, but that's why the rule's in place, so please don't wander off and get lost. Yeah. Just as we're walking to the room where you guys will be working, I'm just gonna run through the rest of the rules real quick. So scare actors, you guys are supposed to stay in the room that you're assigned to during your shift. This is just to make sure that all the rooms are being, acted
Haunted.
in, covered, haunted. Yes, thank you. Just because if you guys start chasing people out of your room, then the next group that comes in, there might not be anyone there to scare them. So that's that rule. Another rule, guests are not allowed to touch or attack the actors, so if that happens, let me know. You guys shouldn't be in any danger working here. That's against the rules. But also, conversely... Sorry, what?
That's a good sign.
And Finn nods.
Be in any danger.
I mean, putting my jar back together is always a pain.
I would imagine. Finn, like, looks up at Goozma's jar and is like, yeah, that looks like it would be a mess.
Barb pipes up and goes, well, I would hope I wouldn't get injured. It'd be hard enough to put this dress back together again.
I got mending if you need it.
I also have mending.
She glares.
Following off of that, you guys are not allowed to attack the guests either. You can touch them if you'd like as part of the scare. All the guests sign a waiver regarding that kind of stuff, but you're not allowed to actually do anything that would cause them physical damage or psychic damage or magical damage. You're supposed to spook them,
But what if we spook them so good they end up taking psychic damage?
That'll be on a case-by-case basis, I suppose, but don't intentionally, like, cast psychic damage spells on them, please.
I'm not sure if I have any psychic damage spells.
I have a necrotic damage spell, but I don't think I'm supposed to use that.
Definitely not while you're working at the haunted house. Definitely not on any of the guests here, please. And they start leading you up a staircase onto the second floor. And they say, eating isn't allowed in the haunted house. You can have water. It's just that if food gets spilled in here and bugs get in, that's going to be a whole mess. No damaging, like, the walls and floor and furnitures or the props or anything like that, please. And then the last rule here is that all the guests and actors alike have to leave promptly after the haunted house closes at midnight. Any questions about the rules or anything?
Is there a particular reason we have to leave immediately after midnight?
Not immediately, just promptly. I just would like to be able to clean up for the day and have everything handled before it gets too late. And the first year we were in operation, there were some people that liked to try staying in the house for a few hours after we closed and treating it like a game of hide and seek.
Hmm.
There's no
I
overtime
see.
pay.
Sorry, what did you say, Alex?
Plus, there's no overtime pay.
That there is not. It is a flat payment for each day, or rather night, that you're working here. All right, and speaking of that, and they push open a set of double doors, revealing a large, formal dining room. There's cobweb chandeliers hanging from the ceiling. There's a large table in the middle of the room set with tarnished silverware. And Finn turns to you and says, this is the room you'll be working in tonight. It's a fairly large room, so all four of you will be working together. Does that seem acceptable to everyone?
Works for me.
There's a
We
nod,
don't
like,
really have a choice in the matter, so
Tessus nods in the background.
Well, if any of you had some sort of issue, I could try moving one of you over to another room with fewer people working in it, but I was really hoping to have 4 people in this room, so
I get 4 people and a crab.
The crab
crab?
is important.
And you see a little claw stick out from beneath Goozma's hat and get away from Crusty Stan, Goozma's hermit crab familiar. His name is Crusty Stan, or just Stan for short.
I love it.
So cute.
So, Finn gestures to, and there's like a clear path through the room marked off with tape, and Finn pushes open another set of double doors on the other end of the room, and they say, so guests will be coming into this room through the door we just entered, and then they'll need to exit through this set of doors to continue on to the rest of the haunted house. What you want to do to scare them while they're in this room is up to you. Just make sure that they go through in the correct direction and continue on to the rest of the haunted house. Okay? I have a few other groups to check in with and get set up, but you have a few minutes to familiarize yourself with the room and figure out what you want to do before the first set of guests will be coming through. Do you guys have any questions before I head on to the next group?
Good luck.
Thank
Goozma will
you.
give him a thumbs up.
Barbara also gives a thumbs up.
I don't have thumbs.
I mean, you can give him the finger.
I think I would want to do that.
Very different meaning.
Bad.
Indeed.
So Finn says, good luck to all of you as well. And then they walk out the other set of double doors deeper into the haunted house to go speak with the next group. And you guys have a few, as stated, like a few minutes if you want to look around the room that you've been assigned to, or come up with a plan of action for how you're going to work together to scare the people coming through the haunted house.
Is he like speed running through the mansion to zoom around out the back and to the front?
What?
Because he left out the room at the back, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is he just speed running around the mansion course and then just going back out the front?
Finn?
Yeah.
No, they're going to check in with a group that's already set up in another
Okay.
room.
Okay.
I think Tess is gonna.
I mean, you could roll insight, I guess, to see what they were intending to do when they left.
Sure.
I hope you all know that Barbara is going to give all 3 of you bardic inspiration.
That's a natural 20 right there.
Oh my god!
Okay. So
What's he gonna do?
Chibi'gi'd rolled a nat 20 on insight, so you guys were
cannot
the
believe
last
this.
group. You guys were the last group of new actors that was supposed to show up today. So Finn is indeed not planning on leaving out the front of the haunted house for a little while until the guests are due to show up to like take tickets and stuff. So yeah, as far as you can tell, they sure are intending to go deeper into the haunted house to speak with some other actors before the haunted house opens.
It's a nat 20 used well.
So
I think.
while everyone's kind of, I guess, distracted by Finn leaving, Goozma's gonna go take a seat at the table, and then he's gonna place his hands on his jar and just slowly start turning his jar until it just comes off of its mounting, where from his body. The body goes limp, and Goozma's jar just kind of thunks onto the table. Stan scuttles off and sets him upright. So, what's the plan? And you just see the eyes looking at everyone from the jar.
I think Tessura has been gonna. I love Goo. I love Goozma. He's a slime. He's great. I think Tessura is gonna look around the room and try and like. He's gonna try and look for a spot to hide, and he's gonna say, I think I could probably scare the most people if I find somewhere to hide, because I don't think they'd expect me from a dark corner somewhere.
Under the table.
True.
You can roll perception or investigation to look for a good spot to hide.
Ooh, maybe you have found a nat 20.
Well, Barbara, like I said, is giving you all bardic inspiration, is then going to look around and say, well, I might be an actress, but I ain't exactly the best at scaring. That's a dirty 20!
So many dirty 20s and nat 20s already. This is great.
Out of my last game.
So, Tessura, you find 2 potential hiding spots. The first is the table does have a tablecloth draped over it, so you could hide underneath the table without being seen because the tablecloth would cover you. And the second is there is an alcove beside the door that people walk in that currently has like a cart with some dusty bottles on it, but you could roll that to another part of the room and hide right beside the door and jump out at them after they've walked in.
And I dare say that's what he's gonna do. He's gonna move the cart very carefully and put it in a corner where it won't get disturbed.
So how well lit is this room?
It's like moderately lit. I think the chandelier might be flickering. The chandeliers might be like flickering a bit. It's definitely like it's like shadowy in the corners, but not dark enough that anyone's gonna trip.
Oh, it's lit by candlelight?
Maybe?
Please tell me this.
Roll investigation on the chandelier.
Just the entire room.
Sure. Oh. I mean, the room is lit by the chandelier. The chandelier is up high. Chibi'gi'd can't see immediately whether it's candles or electric light. Just that it's flickering.
Investigation. Well.
Yep, you can't tell.
Oh no.
Maybe if you climbed up onto the table or something to get a closer look.
Hey, Can anyone see if that's candlelight up there?
And Goozma's gonna cast Mage Hand, and his jar starts to lift up as an invisible hand starts carrying it up to the ceiling.
Barbara begins to say, "I can check," and then looks at Goozma and says, never mind
he has
then.
magic.
And Goozma's gonna just Mage Hand carry his jar up to the chandelier.
It's like a flying machine, but magic-based.
I'd say there's many perks of being a dismembered head.
Barbara is like pinching the bridge of her nose and is like, who have I gotten myself paired up with?
Someone better make a meme of that. Of just like, there are many benefits.
To being a disembodied head. So at close range, Goozma can see that the chandeliers were originally meant for candles, but have since been fitted with electric lights.
It's electric.
Ew! I was gonna use thaumaturgy on them, but I
Unfortunate.
guess not.
Well, you all seem to know how to scare people quite well, but I have no idea what to do.
Try magic.
Barbara just says this. Barbara looks and says, I don't really have any spells that would be scary.
What do you mean?
She kind of like looks and is like, I have a lot more social spells. I'm an actress, not a scare actor.
You want to breathe fire? I can arrange that.
Barbara is like, no, I'd rather not.
He can arrange that though.
I mean, I can give you any kind of breath you want. Let's see, we got acid, cold, fire, lightning, poison, even a bit of thunder.
Isn't that
I'm
the same as
dressed
lightning?
as an angel.
No, I mean,
Wait.
you could.
Are you not actually an angel?
No, I'm dressed as one.
What do you mean? And Chibi'gi'd
My-
is just like very visibly confused.
My Halloween costume is an angel, but I'm a sheep.
What do you mean costume?
Barbara has question marks. It's an outfit? Do you not know what a costume is, darling?
Anyway.
Anyway. Oh my god. Barbara is just gonna be very concerned, but is going to move on. But she does have an idea, and she's going to cast Disguise Self. And she's gonna make her face look like this, because that's what she's dressed up as. She's dressed up as Alice Angel from Bendy and the Ink Machine,
Funky.
because I thought it would be cute and fitting. So now the side of her face that you all can see is melty. It's melty. And she kind of looks at you all and says, "How's this?"
Is it too warm in here?
No, darling, I just cast a spell.
Oh, okay.
If I currently had thumbs, I'd give it a thumbs up.
I think he could scare some people quite nicely like that.
She goes,
Jess just
"Oh,
from the corner.
well, that's good."
I think it'll work.
I mean, you know.
I don't know what she's gonna do. She has her face like that now, but I don't know what she's gonna do with it.
I'm gonna pop out and go boo.
Basically.
I mean, if you want to go for a creepy cannibal vibe, you do have a headless body to work with. Sure,
Oh,
it's
that's
mechanical, but
I mean, that could work. I think that's scary. She doesn't actually know what's considered scary.
if we think about it, what is scary?
She has no idea. She's not a scare person.
I mean, do you got minor illusion?
No, I just have disguised self. I'm not an illusion person. I'm a bard.
Anyways, Goozma,
right.
as a magic nerd, is just going to skip over the fact that Sky Self is an illusion spell.
Everyone doesn't know that.
I don't think Jess does either.
She only has one illusion spell, and it's because disguise self can be used in the world.
I think Jess is just poking his head out of the corner, just like watch his whole conversation, just being like, I don't know anything about magic. I have some magic, but I don't know anything about it. This is all confusing, but looks scary.
I was just gonna like shake the floor and like maybe like slam the door behind them or something.
Small enough that they wouldn't be able to see you do that, so that might be scary.
I can also make like ominous whispers in the room.
That'll
Increase
work.
the atmosphere.
Yeah, that'll work.
Barbara nods. That would be scary, I think. I genuinely don't know what's considered scary.
I don't know. I just live on the church.
I just figured a flying dismembered head would be funny. Or creepy.
I think there's a quiet
Who
chuckle.
was funny first?
I think
at this point you guys start to hear footsteps on the stairs outside the room, and like you hear some people talking to each other excitedly. It's still muffled, but like your first group of guests to scare is coming your way.
Wait, is everyone?
I think that means we need to go to places.
Yep.
Chibi'gi'd.
I'm gonna do the prerequisite rogue thing. Can I hide?
Yeah,
I am a
You
rogue.
hide.
I am contractually obligated to hide as a rogue.
I mean, I was
Yeah.
considering you have. I thought you hid like several minutes ago, but
Oh,
yeah,
he's
you
been
can roll.
half in and out of the corner,
stealth.
but like I mean, stealth specifically. But yeah.
Yeah, you can roll stealth. If anyone else wants to roll anything in preparation before the guests enter the room.
It's not very good.
8.
Tess,
That's not very good.
Tess glows.
I think.
Give him the big
think,
toothy glowy grin.
But he's gonna
I
stay
think,
very
like, you might
still.
Chibi'gi'd
You might have overestimated how big this alcove was and be sticking out of it a little bit.
I think, however well he's hid, he's gonna stay very still, so hopefully people don't see him till they've moved into the actual room.
Chibi'gi'd just like ducks under a table.
And Stan's gonna follow Chibi'gi'd, and Goozma's gonna just shoot up into the rafters in his jar.
Party.
Barbara is gonna position herself over the mechanical body. She's not sure how she's gonna make this scary, but I'm gonna have her roll performance.
Mhm.
She
Yeah,
is an actress, so
Yeah, so how this part of the game with scaring people works, you'll all get the chance to roll either performance or deception or intimidation or anything else that you can justify given like what you're trying to do. And then each group of people has a DC that you'll have to meet to scare them. So, yeah.
well, thankfully, Barbara is good at both deception and performance.
Mhm.
You know, as you do.
I just like imagine like Barbara over the body just going to be or not to be.
He was gonna attempt to pretend to be eating it.
Okay. So the doors to the dining room push open, and in walk a group of 6 young adult toons who are all wearing Starbeak's barista aprons, so you can tell they've just gotten out of work together.
Oh my god.
And they're sort of chatting with each other as they walk into the room. Everyone can roll their perception, intimidation, deception, or whatever they like to try and scare them.
Barbara is rolling performance, because I've already got it typed out. Hey.
Nice.
I'm gonna roll
The glory
intimidation.
of being an actress. A +10 modifier.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's the
Tess-
glorious part about being a bard.
Tess is not doing too hot. They're very awkward. They don't really know what they're doing with this yet.
There are many benefits to being a bard.
Let's see.
I'm gonna make roll intimidation.
I think I'd roll stealth, considering he's going to just be a jar swooping down from the rafters, or sneaking it, floating up behind them, just to jump scare him.
Okay.
Jump scare jar.
Jump scare jar!
There we go.
Hey!
I'd say they're about to have a rather jarring experience.
We can't do this again. We did it in the DMs. We can't do it.
They're gonna take psychic damage from the puns at this rate.
Good. Excellent.
Okay.
Oh, poor Tess. It is 9.
Okay.
If you take psychic damage from puns, there's something wrong with you.
I know, right? Pun's good.
I mean, isn't that just
So-
what vicious mockery is?
But
Anyways.
Okay, cool.
We
So,
must be punctual.
as the group is trying to figure out how to scare people, I'm trying to figure out how I should DM narrate the group trying to scare people. So, the group walks in. They see Barbara, who is very convincingly acting like she is eating this guy alive, and like several of the group like shriek at the sight. Tessura tries to jump out from the corner and scare people, but they're mostly just focused on Barb doing her eating routine. At this point, Chibi'gi'd dashes out from underneath the table and like slams the entry door shut, and then they all jump again, and like one of them turns to look and sees nothing and is like, oh man, the door just closed on its own. At which point, like as they turn back around, Goozma swoops down from the chandelier and is right in their face, and they like scream and stumble backwards against the now closed doors. So yeah, you have, 3 out of 4 of you have successfully spooked the baristas, who
Had
are...
him on the ropes.
If you want to do anything else, if you want to describe anything else you want to do to them while in the room, their DC was 14.
Barbara does look up and kind of like give them a look.
I will say, thaumaturgy covers shutting doors.
So did he shut the door with magic versus like running out to do it manually? Are you
Yeah, just
saying?
with magic.
Did they? Yeah. Nice. So they're still huddled under the table with the crab.
Yep.
Do they want to do anything else?
I'd like to cause ominous whispers in the room.
Hell
You
yeah.
can fucking cast dissonant whispers.
No, it's thaumaturgy. I can craft an instantaneous sound.
Yeah, because like dissonant whispers is specifically like that's a psychic damage. That's one of the reasons why there's the rule against causing damage to
Right.
people.
I see.
But
That's fair.
Just
thaumaturgy
ominous
would
whispers?
be allowed. Dissonant whispers is not allowed. Ominous whispers are allowed.
They're different. Get it in your head.
Dissonant whispers is a different spell. It does psychic damage. So yes. Yeah, so the room starts to fill with odd whispering, and then like the first of the baristas breaks and starts running for the other side of the room, and the rest all follow them.
And Goozma's just flying after him.
It's the chase of the head.
I hate that.
If I had minor illusion, I'd make him a brain in a jar.
I mean, that'd be kind of cool, but alas.
Okay, so you guys have successfully scared your first group of guests. You can't hear anyone on the stairs just yet, so if there's anything you want to change up for your next attempt, now would be you have a little time.
Well, Chibi'gi'd cancels their spells and reopens the door.
Mhm.
Goozma's gonna meet up with Stan, and they're gonna combine so he looks like a scuttling jar of slime. And
Joining the crab party.
I think Tessura's probably gonna try the same thing again, but this time instead of like trying to jump out at them, he's gonna wait till they pass and then try and like scuttle like behind them and then cross like dodge under the table, like but at, like a different spot than where Chibi'gi'd is hiding. So like he's just gonna be like something just skittered behind them and they might catch a glimpse, but not specifically jump out at them, but like trying to intimidate them that way.
Ooh, that's good.
Question. What does Bardic Inspiration do?
Hey, so Bardic Inspiration allows you to add a 1d8 to basically any d20 roll.
Okay.
So you roll a 1d8 and then you add that to whatever you just rolled.
Alright.
Yeah, I forgot about that with Tessa's roll. I remembered now.
Okay, it's okay.
Saving it for later.
It's okay. We've got like 3 hours left of this game. So.
To be clear, I'm not sure if we're running until 9. I just booked us until 9 because, like, the last game I was in, we ran up on the edge of time and stuff had gotten double booked after us. So it's like, we might not run that long. We might. I don't know. I'm terrible at estimating how long things will take. So,
Just
but
in
you
case.
do. You do still have quite a bit of time and several more groups of guests to scare. So, speaking of which, you hear noise in the hallway outside of you, sounding a lot louder than the last people. There's, like, the sounds of walking and the sounds of people talking, but they're talking to each other quite a lot louder, and then you hear what sounds like maybe one person shoving another, and they bump into the wall, and then everyone starts laughing.
Middle schoolers.
No, even worse, high schoolers.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. In through the door walk 3 high school age teenagers.
Oh man.
Make your rolls, everybody.
Another performance check.
Should I roll stealth first? Is it like because Tessa's gonna essentially wait till they go past?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can actually use stealth as like your whole roll because of what you're trying to do. It's not necessarily like performance. You can use just stealth if that has a better modifier.
Okay, I'm gonna roll.
I'm gonna go with
I don't know what
deception.
the DC is, but she got a 14.
And do deception to look like a jar.
That's a
scuttling
nat
jar.
1.
No!
I'm gonna.
I
I don't even know if I want to add anything to that
You
just
have
because
to
it's so
re-roll.
funny.
You have to re-roll. You forgot the D.
Yeah.
Oh, God damn it.
See, that's a nat 1 from Tess. He ain't doing too hot.
Tess is not doing good this
Oh
game.
no.
Poor Tess.
None of you did very
God.
good.
Goozma too.
Chibi'gi'd
you wanna-
and fucking Barb are the only 2 ones who did good this round.
Well.
Almost like you have a plus 10 or something.
I was gonna add something. But
Yeah, almost.
I was gonna add something for Tess, but with the nat 1, it's honestly funnier that way. I love that
Okay.
so much.
No, the high schoolers are gonna make fun of us.
So, do any of you, you have to use your Bardic Inspiration before I tell you whether or not the roll fails. Does anyone want to try adding their Bardic Inspiration before I tell you the teenager's DC?
No, because I kind of want
Sure.
Tess to just trip on his cloak and fall on the ground.
It's so
Saving-
ominous how you
saving
said
Barb's.
that. It's so ominous how you said that.
Goozma's gonna use
I'm
his.
saving Barb's bardic inspiration. I don't think she cares that they're teenagers.
I kind of just want
Oh my god!
Oh,
That's a 1 for Bardic Inspiration, bringing
Oh, total of
Goozma up
10.
to a 10.
I kind of want Tess to just trip on his cloak and fall on the ground. He gets tangled up. He's too gangly.
Hold, let me just add Bardic. Cool. Okay.
Okay, 5. So that
18.
brings Chibi up to 18. Okay, cool. So I
can be
think
spooky.
That one. Can't even.
does for this one, instead of me dictating how you guys do you guys want to like narrate on your own, like how you do with those rolls? Like I know Sai, you want like Tessura to like trip on their cloak. So if you guys
fucking
like
tricks.
narrate what your characters are doing, and I'll just narrate like the teenagers' reactions to them.
coughs on accident.
Does she try to save it by making it into, oh no, she's choking on all the dead person that
Yes,
she's trying to
she
eat?
tries. She tries.
Close to the door is Tess when they trip and just like faceplant.
I mean, the alcove was next to the door, I think. So he probably got like
Cool.
one step out of that and then just fell probably behind the teenagers, like just fell on the ground. And then it's just like trying to get untangled from their cloak and just a flailing mess.
Because Chibi'gi'd's slamming that door no matter what, so maybe bonks.
God.
Worth it. I'm sorry, Jess, but it's so worth it.
So like one of the teenagers is like watching Barb try to fake that she's like watching Barb have a coughing fit and then try to cover up for it and looks vaguely amused. The other two turns to look as Tessura face planted and are now just looking down and laughing.
Yeah,
And then the door slams, like shuffling Tessura's tail back into the room. And like the teenagers jump for a moment at like the door slamming. But then they see like it just squished Tessura and they start laughing harder.
What's their DC? I'm curious.
17.
I need to do something. I can save this.
Yes, you
An
can.
18. So thaumaturgy, I can cause harmless tremors in the ground for a minute. I would like to cause harmless tremors.
The door
Shake
slammed
the
so
room.
hard.
Shake the teenagers.
The door slammed so hard it caused an earthquake.
I think Goozma's just down there and just like Krusty Stan will use his claw and tug on the pants leg of one of the teenagers and just go, rah, just kind of raise his claws like a roar motion, like, rah, yeah, yeah.
I think
But the tremors just cause the eyeballs in Goozma's jar to shake around violently.
I think combined with the tremors, whoever's pants leg you're pulling on winds up falling down. and then
God.
they're like, what grabbed me? Oh. And now they've caught sight of Goozma's like head
Guard
shaking
wriggles.
like one of those glitter stim jars.
Oh my God. This was a train wreck.
Did we scare the teenagers?
Or at least we're entertaining them.
The two teenagers that did not get looked over look like vaguely put out as they make their way out of the room. They're sort of like ribbing the one, they like pulled the one that got knocked over to his feet and are like ribbing the guy as they walk out, but they're like a bit more subdued than they were coming in, which is,
That's
better than it
success.
could have gone.
Kind of like brushes her dress off and goes, "Oh, that could have gone a lot better."
Tess finally untangles their head from inside the whole mess of a cloak. Is like, I think I need to rethink what I'm doing. This is
Perhaps try a different hiding spot.
You're just not doing well.
I think.
Are you grabbing people's ankles from under the table?
I'll figure something else. Tess is gonna probably try and, like, maybe not hide under the table, like, behind the table, maybe, so, like, he's maybe, like, kind of out of sight, but not, like, I don't think they're gonna be, like, under the table, just behind it, saying, like, I don't know what they're gonna do
climbed
yet.
on the wall like a Spider-Man.
I was thinking about that, but I don't know how well they can climb, so... They are a skittery
One
cryptid,
on the wall
but...
climb. And just
Oh, yeah.
Tessura doesn't even have spider climb. What a
day.
shame.
One day. That day is not
Oh
today.
man, that'll be quite a day.
That day is unfortunately
Goozma-
not today.
Goozma's gonna mage hand his head back onto the table, and he's gonna come up with a new plan for trying to scare people. Which will.
I mean, Barbara could cast Disguise Self on him and give him a brain.
Does that work on other people?
No,
I don't
disguise
know.
self.
Disguise self on other people?
Oh, it's just Self, yeah. I don't know, man.
I mean, it's got self in the title.
Look,
Not
listen,
disguised person.
listen.
Goozma's plan at this point is like just mage hand knock over his jar and just have his actual slime self ooze out of the jar, and just his eyes eventually just roll through the slime and look directly at the next people. That's his
Pretty
plan.
spooky.
Chibi'gi'd is doing pretty good. They're not changing their plan.
You know what?
Yeah,
Understandable.
You see both turns.
I've
so
got an idea,
they're on a
but
roll.
Tess is just gonna hide behind the table this time.
Mm-hmm.
Barbara's doing the same thing because she has no other ideas. She's an actress. She doesn't know how to be scary.
She doesn't know improv.
No, she doesn't.
Well, you guys hear footsteps on the stairs again, and then the third group of guests steps into the room. It is a group of young adults, medium age adults, young mid-20s to young 30s. Group of like five young adults. I don't know. They're not wearing barista aprons, so yeah, roll your scares.
Performance again.
Ooh.
Hell yeah! There we
I'm
go.
gonna roll intimidation.
She's terrifying.
Nice.
Deception again.
Oh, what is
Damn it, that would have been nice to have.
I'm gonna roll probably the bardic inspiration for that. So it's a D8.
Yeah.
Yeah, D8.
So
Ooh.
non-natural.
Hell yeah,
20.
that's a full 8
Nice.
for a unnatural.
So you
20.
got a dirty 20, yeah.
There you
Yeah.
go, Tess. You just had to rethink what you were doing, pal.
Nice. So the DC for this group of guests was 13. So this time around, Chibi'gi'd is the only person that didn't pass with a 10.
No.
If you guys want to describe your spooks and scares.
As they walk by, Goozma will use a mage hand just to knock over his jar with the top lid coming off, and then his slimy real self starts oozing out of the jar. And when someone comes over to investigate, his eyes will roll down the slime and just eventually just snap to look directly at the person.
Oh, excellent. One person, looks over when they hear the jar knock over, and, as everyone else walks through the room, they, walk over to the goo, and then, eyes happen and they scream.
Classic door slam maneuver.
I want so when they look at Barbara, she also looks up at them, and her mascara that she has on is dripping like ink, and it just runs down her face even harder as she looks up at them.
Oh my gosh, that definitely gets some shrieks of terror.
I think after everyone else scares them, Tess is going to slowly stand up from behind the table to their full 7-foot tall height, and they just hiss.
Nice.
And I think that gets everyone like running out of the room like top speed, like screaming as they go. Very successful scaring in this round.
I'm gonna have Barbara roll hammer space real quick, just for a thing.
Mm-hmm.
She pulls out a handkerchief and starts dabbing at the extra mascara. And just goes, that wasn't supposed to happen. But then sees them running away and goes, oh.
You just like stopped going, hold on. Mascara's running.
Well, at least I got them running too.
It was getting a bad makeup job.
Oh my god.
Did they jump at the door? I couldn't see.
At this point, Goozma's just kind of dripping over the side of the table and looks over at Chief and like, no, I don't think that scared him.
But they ran away, so I think at the end they were very scared.
Well, the fact that you're 7 foot some, darling, probably was terrifying.
Don't forget the giant glowing teeth.
That too.
Well, that's I dare say I've got some things I'm good at. when I don't get tripped on my cloak, it's fine. It's fine. They're just like kind of half glaring at the cloak.
Barbara kind of looks at it and goes, you sure you don't want to take that off so you don't trip on it anymore?
That might be a good idea.
I think the cloak is a different cloak.
I think they put it very carefully off in the corner, like very properly folded up.
Excellent. No more tripping.
No more tripping.
Please roll a natural 1 next time.
It'll be so funny. Next time they trip on their tail.
Trips over a cloak that is across the room. Somehow.
Oh my god. That'd be funny.
I mean, I could probably try.
Because they're expecting to step on their cloak and then they don't.
They overcompensate.
Okay, so you guys can once again hear the next group of guests out in the hallway. Does anyone want to roll perception on this?
Absolutely.
I guess sure.
Yeah, perception.
Or investigation.
Definitely investigation.
My investigation is higher.
My perception.
No, only by 1 though.
My investigation's so bad.
Oh.
Oh no!
Barbara doesn't perceive.
Didn't go well anyway. Barbara got that one. She's too busy fixing her makeup.
Yeah.
Goozma's
And
investigating.
Chibi'gi'd got a 2, got a 5 overall. So like, I don't think they hear anything from underneath the table.
Oh, you rolled a d10. You realize that, right? Oh no, another one. Never mind. Ignore me.
Yeah, no one rolled a d10.
You're just seeing like hidden d10s that haven't even been rolled.
I'm going mad.
No, I think that was from the hammer space roll.
Yeah, that was.
It did get rolled, but it wasn't for this.
Indeed.
Yeah, so Goozma and Tessura, as you can hear the next guests approaching, you can also realize that some of the voices in that group are definitely children.
Oh,
And you don't know who took their kids to this haunted house, but there is like a little kid who's like, and then I saw a ghost, and then I saw a zombie. I saw a zombie, Daddy. And the dad's like, I know, I was right there. We both saw the zombie.
Are you gonna let us know? Because Barbara is definitely not looking like something a kid should see.
Goozma doesn't exactly know what's appropriate for kids. He's lived in a tower his whole life.
Goozma handshake Chibi'gi'd living one place whole life.
I think Tess is gonna like glance at like poke his head up from the rest of the group, like at the rest of the group from where they're hiding, and just be like, I think these are kids. We might want to be careful with this group. And then he's gonna duck back down again.
Oh dear. Barbara is like sweating. Like, oh dear. Oh no.
Tess has no idea how they're gonna what they're gonna do, because they don't want to scare kids too badly, but also what do? That's a problem for 5 minutes later, Tess.
Children can be scared easily. This will be easy, guys.
Barbara looks and says, are you seeing what I look like right now? I can't let children see me like this. And she's like frantically touching up her makeup.
No. It's perfect. They'll be scared easily.
Barbara is like,
That's the point.
It's not like we're gonna traumatize the little monsters.
Okay. So the next group of people walks in, and it is 6 parents and 5 kids.
I purposefully roll with disadvantage because Barbara is holding back.
Yes.
Okay.
That's a great idea. Yes. Anyone who wants to can roll this with disadvantage if they like to purposefully be less scary.
Fuck.
Yeah. So there we go. What?
Holy shit! It's a good thing. It's a good thing you went for disadvantage.
I'm gonna roll
That's
stealth
a
and
20.
I'm gonna roll.
That's a fucking 30. That was a 30.
Oh man.
I'm so glad I rolled with disadvantage.
You got a nat 20 in that one, baby.
Yeah, that's why I rolled with disadvantage. I was afraid of getting a high number.
Well, you don't want to scare the kids. It'll be easy.
I don't want to traumatize them.
He's fully willing to
I'm
traumatize
trying
a
to figure out how to
child.
format this. Give me a
It's
second.
funny. They're small.
That's
They're gonna be
smart.
into scary things.
I don't think you understand what a freaking child is.
Alright, I'm gonna say Tess pulls the same trick, but this time he's dodging from the table to the alcove. And he is rolling with disadvantage too. So
Okay.
Dodges trips on.
he's gonna go like behind the group again, like just skitter behind them. Skitter.
Okay. So as the group walks into the room, do you guys want to describe how your roles play out, and I'll have the guests react again?
And you
Okay.
keep their DC hidden from it.
Okay.
I mean, I could tell you. I don't know.
No, I think it's funny if I don't know.
I bet it's like a 10.
There's a 3-part DC for this one, because there's a DC to scare the kids, there's a DC to scare the parents, and there's a DC to traumatize the kids.
Oh my god.
Well, not traumatize the kids, but like terrify them to the point they start crying.
Oh no.
Okay.
Oh,
So Barb
So-
starts to be really scary, sees the kid, and then immediately like backs off on the acting, and like
do they
just
just like put their hands up and walk away?
she just doesn't look up. She begins to look up, but then doesn't, and she just keeps doing the thing. Because if she looks up, they're gonna see her face, and I don't think they need to see that.
So they just see like a figure bent over eating at what looks like a dead body, and like
Yes.
the kids scream, the adults jump. You have scared everyone, but the kids, it's like a I'm having fun shriek. So the kids
Okay.
have not been terrified. You managed to.
You managed to not nat 20 them.
Oh my god.
I'm so
I did not want to
happy
traumatize the
that's
children.
So what Goozma's doing is he's going to be at this point just fully out of the jar. The jar is tilted over without a lid on the table, but he's like spread out across the floor. And as soon as like one of the adults and one of the kids steps in the puddle that he is, he's going to start like reaching the slime at their ankles and And the eyes are eventually going to drift over the puddle and make eye contact.
Yeah, the kid that Goozma is grabbing at shrieks in absolute terror and starts like grabbing for their parent and crying and is like, "Mommy, it's touching me!"
Yay, trauma!
Oh no! I think
And like the parent swiftly picks them up, but then realizes they're also being grabbed by slime and is like, "Ah!" and starts like quickly running to get out of it.
Just want to make a tremor. Add on to it.
I think
I cannot
Yeah.
believe this.
I think
The 7 isn't quite enough to scare anyone, so they're just like, you know, they're preoccupied with the slime on the floor at this point.
I'd like to think of it not as a scare on its own, but an additive.
You make the puddle jiggle like Jello.
I hate it. I hate it.
Yo, we got big puddles in this haunted mansion.
I think
I hate this.
Don't ask
Tess
him
is
what.
gonna skitter behind them, like at the back of the group, and just kind of like dodge like around the table and then back into the alcove. But he's like kind of not quite stomping, but being extremely like obvious about it. Not just a dart and what was that? He's like, oh no, there's something that's just run across the room.
Yeah, with a 10, like a couple of the kids like shriek. Then again, it's like that they're not traumatized, so they're just being spooked, having fun. The parents are still focused on the goo puddle, and trying to find a way out of the room without stepping in it.
You only traumatized one.
I still traumatized one. That was the goal.
That's
Yeah,
it really is.
Tess's goal
Barbara
was
is glaring.
Tess's goal was, oh no, there's kids. I cannot scare them badly. Oh no.
Barbara is glaring.
As the parents try and scoot around the pile of slime, there'll be little tendrils of slime reaching out.
I think like at this point they've all scooped up a kid and are just booking it out. And like the kid that got grabbed by the goo is just crying
Oh no.
as they're being carried out.
After they leave, Goozma's gonna just collect himself back into a ball and like, well, I think that went quite well.
Nice.
Barbara looks at them and goes, "You traumatized children."
Yeah.
Well, I don't know
Cool.
why. I don't know why the hell anyone would bring a child to a haunted house, first of all. But also, you knew there were children.
Is the
Yeah,
goal not
so-
to traumatize?
The goal is to scare. There's a difference.
There
I mean, you
is.
can traumatize people by scaring them so bad. Just
But you're
saying.
not supposed to do both. You're not supposed to give them psychic damage.
I didn't. I don't even know any spells that do psychic damage. Oh wait, no, I know one cantrip that does that.
Barbara is just like, are you fucking kidding me?
Goozma is very socially inept. His best friend's a crab.
Aw.
It's
You
a
know
good
what?
friend, though.
Understandable. Barbara is just an actress who likes to, like, not scare children.
Boo, you don't like to scare children.
Listen! I do, as a person, not Barb.
Oh, it like
Excuse me.
Tess may have
I
been
like scaring
hired.
children, Barbara doesn't.
Tess may have been hired to be a haunted house, but they do not want to traumatize the children. They're just like, there's a difference between like signing up to be scared and being a child. So he's just thinking.
They signed up.
Goozma's gonna mage hand his gelatinous form back onto the table, and it looks like just you know how cats look when you kind of pick them up by their midsection.
Oh my
Just
god.
exact.
Yes. Perfect.
Except it's a slime with a couple of eyeballs hanging off the one end.
Oh,
He's gonna just drop himself back in his jar.
The pet crumble.
With a pet what?
Oh, there's just that one image of just like a cat that's been like super just like photoshopped or whatever, and just like my pet Scrungle.
I know that one.
Jungle. I love that image.
A slime and his pet crab. Sentient crab at that.
Aren't all crabs sentient? That's why they rave.
If we end up having to fight something, you'll certainly see how hard this crab raves.
So you guys can once again hear footsteps in the hallway outside. This time they sound like they're moving kind of slow. So it's time to get back in position for scaring.
The elderly.
I wish I could just use that. I wish I could use that 30 now.
I wish you could too.
That was funny as hell.
Wait
All
on
right.
the DM.
Oh, well, 26 is close.
I mean,
26 is still pretty good.
Yeah.
Actually,
Oh, Tess.
I always forget to give out inspiration. Can I give Barb inspiration for rolling a 30 and then backing it down for...
sure. She had an inspiration point from another game, apparently.
Oh, that I don't
But
know
I'll
if
just
you
leave
have
it as one.
multiple.
I mean, if she's allowed to have that other one from her game, then she has two now.
Collect inspiration like a Magic the Gathering, and then just don't use them. Just display them.
I think for that 10, Tess still is worried about if there's kids in this group, so he's trying to not do it very much on purpose. He's trying not to be too scary.
Barbara's just fed up at this point.
Gotta scare them real good.
After the next group, Ho has to like scare the kids again with a crying child just in there as well.
Hold on. What is something I can do?
We are
Goozma's
not the
just gonna
last
drip from the
I'm
chandelier.
gonna actually do his the psychic, what is it, psi bolster knack or whatever it is, so he can add one of his psychic energy dice to a failed check or something if he has proficiency with it. So I'm gonna roll it to the 10, I think. I changed my mind. So I guess it's a 16
Okay,
now.
so that brings it up to 16.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Can't believe you rolled
Just
a
better.
4.
Okay.
Test is like, I think I would roll all my numbers under 7 today, except for 1.
Well, you can say it's getting all your bad rolls out, hopefully. Hopefully.
Oh, it's very funny. It's very funny.
Mhm. Yeah, it's like we all thought Tessura would be the one kicking ass at this part of the game, and yet.
And yet.
And yet, it was the actress who had the +10.
Who could have guessed?
Could have guessed. She's doing the same thing over and over again because it's the only thing she's like decided on.
It's been working so far. If it's not broke, don't fix it.
Exactly.
So, in walks the next group of guests, and it is in fact, it is in fact a group of like 7 old ladies who are just toddling.
And
So,
they're gonna be the hardest to scare yet.
Old Lady Knitting Club.
Old Lady Horror
Wonderful,
Book Club,
amazing.
they do have the highest DC, in fact.
That's
Fantastic!
surprising.
Amazing.
I love them.
Damn, they got the whole knitting circle and everything.
So, I will say their DC is 19, so Barb is the only one that beats it. So they like look over at this melting angel that's like eating a corpse, and they're like, "Oh my, how startling, how frightening!" Like what a scene that is. Quite frightening, dearie.
Oh dear me.
Dear.
Oh my, what excellent work. That spooked me.
It's just like reviewing like any kind of film, like, oh, that was horrifying, but it was the best thing I've ever seen all night.
Very much. very much like that.
I think Goozma just is kind of like dripping down from the ceiling, like he's like just green, like a snot dripping down from the ceiling. And eventually, just like his eyeballs hang right next to one of the old ladies. He's like, "Thanks, I donated the body to the cause."
The door
You're not gonna be
slams,
scared.
No.
and then the door slams shut.
Yeah, the lady that's closest to Goozma is just like, oh, very well done. It was quite convincing for a moment there.
Tessa's gonna try and do the whole, like, stand up and hiss thing, but they could probably see him because he probably maybe moved a little bit into the light, so he's just like, he's not very scary, other than, you know, what he normally looks like.
I think one of them's like, oh my dear, aren't you cold in such a drafty house without even a scarf?
Without even a cloak of your own.
Have you tried getting some more layers, darling?
Oh my goodness.
You should be wearing a sweater in this weather. It's quite chilly in here.
Oh, I love that.
Is Tess saying?
No. He's not really saying anything because he doesn't know how to respond. He's just like, huh? He looks a bit like blue screening a little bit.
I think like one of the grandmas wanders over and like slips you one of those strawberry candies from her purse.
The strawberry
God.
Amazing. Amazing.
She just like pats your hand and is like, "Oh, I'm sure you'll scare the next group, Gary." It's very, very imposing.
Thank you.
Chibi'gi'd causes like a crow to sound in the room.
Nevermore, nevermore.
Oh my god!
I love that book.
You really ought to reread it. That was quite. Edgar Allan Poe writes some quite lovely poems.
Do you mean
Anyway,
Edgar Allan Crow? Because it's Toon World.
I forgot! Yes! That's
Edgar Allan
fantastic!
Crow. It's Edgar Allan Crow.
It's Edgar Allan Crow.
He was the crow the entire time.
He wasn't Toon World.
Just a crow boy, nobody loves him. He's just a crow boy from a crow town. His life from monstrosity.
Oh my god.
Anyways, my musical interlude aside,
The ladies like toddle on to the rest of the haunted house, like chittering happily amongst themselves. Tessura, you have a grandma candy now.
He has a grandma
Leaving a
candy.
trail of a scarf they're currently knitting.
Yes.
Barbara looks at everyone else and goes, well, I wouldn't say I was expecting to be good at this. After all, I've never done scare acting before. But I'm enjoying this, actually.
Well, you're very good at it.
I'm having fun under this table.
I'm
Do you
just hanging
wanna
around.
go somewhere else?
It's comfy.
All right.
So that you could ride a crab into battle.
I'm a little concerned that you brought a crab here, but
Hey, he's my familiar.
If
Fair
you had
enough, I
a crab,
suppose.
wouldn't you bring it everywhere?
no.
Not a little
She's
crab of
very
your own.
confused with that statement. No?
Hey, as long as she doesn't get it, as long as she doesn't get all crabby.
You just get a glare.
Hey, no need to be shellfish.
She's like 2 seconds away from smacking you. I am not. I love these puns.
Laying
You
down the
should tune it down.
claws. Anyways, puns aside,
Aside.
Yeah.
and now something completely different.
So in the hallway outside, you can once again hear footsteps. Except this time, it's more like running. Someone is sprinting down the hall at top speed, it sounds like. And
They're
they
speed
throw...
running.
And
Well,
they
that's
throw
strange.
open... they throw open the still slammed shut doors to the room. Does anyone want to roll perception? Or do you
Yeah,
guys
sure.
just want to go into scare mode?
Oh, I am
Perception, please.
absolutely rolling.
I'm rolling, but I'm still gonna scare.
I want
Same.
to roll perception. Was it perception?
I'm rolling perception, yeah.
Okay.
I think I just
I
made
Oh
wait,
my
Witness.
goodness.
Not that he has very
Nope.
good perception. I'm in the wrong
Perception
chat.
time.
Hold on, I'm in the wrong
Barbara
chat.
doesn't perceive.
Oh
Goozma
my.
certainly doesn't perceive.
Oh, wait, can I use one of my inspiration points? I really want her to see this.
That's all
Sure.
18.
I don't know if it's worth it.
Oh, if it's not worth it, then maybe not.
Yeah, you might want to save. A couple other people in the group made their perception checks. So like, as long as they'll tell you shit, you should be fine. I honestly would have given it to you with a 9, but you were like, oh no, Barb doesn't perceive. Barb probably perceives.
Oh, that's fair.
Goozma sure as hell doesn't perceive.
You can have a little perception as a treat.
Treat.
So Goozma doesn't see anything. I don't know what Goozma's up to that he doesn't see who's coming in through the door.
He's kind of resetting, just climbing back up to the ceiling to ooze down once again.
Fair enough.
I think
That
Tess is
doesn't
gonna,
seem
like-
pretty distracting.
Like, maybe look, but it's like at least you look over the table. It's like behind one of the chairs, so it's like you only kind of see like around the chair.
Yeah, so with 9 for Barb, 18 for Tessura, and 22 for Chibi'gi'd. I don't know. I guess Chibi'gi'd's peeking out from under the table, or maybe he's just, or maybe
They're
they're
really
just like
short.
listening.
They can
Uh,
perceive.
They perceive. And remember how the second group of people you scared was a group of 3 rowdy teenagers. So these two that just walked into the room look familiar, because it's Teen 1 and Teen 2, that were in your room before. The 2 that did not fall down. And the teen that fell down is not with them. And, with the 22 and 18, Tessura and Chibi'gi'd can tell that these two look rather spooked, and in fact, rather panicked.
That's the goal.
If you still want to scare them, roll for it now.
Yes.
I think Tess is just gonna maybe just wait because he doesn't quite know what's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, Barbara is as well.
Goozma doesn't know what's going on, so he's just kind of going, but failing horribly.
Can Barbara roll
Fair
insight?
enough. Barbara can
Oh,
roll
that's
insight.
good.
What is Chibi'gi'd doing with that 18?
How far are they into the room?
I think
Aw.
they ran straight in, so they're in.
So
Are you slamming the door?
Oh
The
no!
classic door slam.
Can I also roll insight? Not that it's gonna be good because he's got a flat 0 to it, but like, can Tess also
The
roll
cla-
insight?
Mm-hmm.
The
Yeah,
classic
anyone who
door
wants to
slam.
roll insight.
That's a nat 1.
Yeah.
Nope. Tess
Oh
is
my
just
God.
like Tess is probably
Neither of us
sees.
understand.
Tess probably sees that they're panicked and just goes, all right, everyone else is gonna probably scare them plenty. I'm just gonna wait. And probably ducks back down under the table. Or behind the table, technically.
Yeah.
Chibi'gi'd.
So
That one.
Chibi'gi'd slams the door closed, and then raises their voice to 3 times as loud. Another thing that thaumaturgy can do.
mhm.
Thaumaturgy is so good.
And just goes, "Why are you back?"
I think like they
Fuck's
both
sake.
like scream and then like grab each other and then like shove each other away and then grab each other again and they're just screaming and they're like they're just panicking now. They're not running through the room. They're just staying in here.
Go to the next room.
And one of them's like, we were trying to, but like Dave, he like wandered off. He said he was like gonna look for like a bathroom to like wash up after he fell down, and then like that was like 20 minutes ago and we haven't found him and we haven't found the next room. I don't know how we're back here, but like what's going on?
At this
Getting
point,
out of
Up now.
sequence is against the rules.
But we're not
Barbara's
out of
gonna stand up.
sequence.
She's going to drop a disguised self. And is going to say, "What do you mean you never made it to the next room?"
And the other teenager speaks up and is like, it was all just like hallways, man. Like Dave wandered off and like we waited for him and then we tried to like go on without him and it was just like hallways and like every time we found a door it was just another hallway. Until this one.
Was there any tape?
There's
They said there
tape
should
on
be
the
tape.
ground.
Chibigi'd, stop.
Oh.
I don't know. There was tape on the ground at first. Yeah, but then after we opened that door, there wasn't tape on that hallway. But like, it was right in front of us. Like the arrow was pointing right towards the door. We were supposed to open that door. Like, the arrow was pointing towards the door. But no, there wasn't tape behind the door. And now they're like arguing with each other. But the gist is, no, there was not been tape.
Oh.
And Barbara's like, all right, something's up. And she like beckons for Tessura to like get up and so they can talk about it.
Okay, because I was gonna
So,
say that if nobody told him anything, Tessa's just gonna sit because he rolled a 1. But yeah, if Barbara's beckoning him, he'll stand up.
Mm-hmm. And she's like, well, that doesn't sound like what we were told.
I mean, we were told if you follow the tape, it'll lead you through the house. Like, why would tape go into a flat door?
Most
That's
doors
what I'm
are
wondering.
flat.
Barbara once again says,
Word's hard.
stop the voice.
But I like the voice.
Just probably snickers at the I like the voice comment. Not gonna lie.
Barbara just sighs and is going to promptly ignore it.
Gets under the table and grabs Chibi.
it's gonna drip down from the ceiling next to Barb. I'm like, so, what'd I miss?
The tape that they told us would lead people to the next room is leading them to a door, and when they open the door, there's no tape in the hallway. And so, apparently, they've just been wandering and wandering until they got back here.
Sounds like magic. We should go check that out. That sounds cool.
Sounds like it's a problem. It's what she like says it like, it's not cool. It's messing with what we're supposed to be doing.
I mean,
I think it's cool.
It sounds like something a character says during the opening part of an episode, right before the title screen hits.
She just sighs. She is like, why did I get paired up with these people?
I mean, I don't know what else they can do because we were told to stay in this room. Could they try and keep going and make sure they follow the tape better? I guess I don't know. Should one of us
Have you contacted the mansion owner?
Can we do
They
that?
haven't been able to get back to the end. They can't find the exit.
That's a good point.
The teens are nodding enthusiastically at that. They're like, how would we? Do you know how to get in contact with them? Because like that would be great.
Email.
Barbara actually is. I
don't think email exists.
Email doesn't exist yet.
The internet's for space aliens only.
Would
Okay,
anyone happen to
okay.
have sending?
No.
Email's just mail with the
I
letter
do
E.
not. No, I don't have anything that would work like that. Barbara, I'm gonna roll history. I want to know if Finn ever said how to get in contact with them.
That's a good point.
Because I don't.
What
I don't
happens if a
think
rule
they
gets broken? How do you tell them, hey, a rule got broken or something?
Okay.
Yeah.
With the 12, Finn did not give instructions for getting in contact with them throughout the night. They basically said they're going to be, they might be walking throughout the haunted house at points, and then you can flag them down at that point. But otherwise, you're supposed to report things at the end of the night, basically. So if someone breaks a rule, you tell Finn at the end of the night, and they'll be put on like a do not enter list or something like that.
Are we blacklisted?
Yes.
How do we know when is the end of the night? I don't have a clock.
You know
There
what?
is a clock in the room.
Okay.
And Finn will come through at the end of the shift to gather everyone up and walk them out because big house.
So, if Finn never told us how to get in contact with them, then I guess it's up to us to figure out why on earth the house is making such strange changes.
I mean, I'm certainly up for
the
it.
house.
Let's get these two out. I mean, like, it shouldn't be that hard to backtrack ourselves back to the entrance.
Keyword
If we-
shouldn't.
If we weren't
Yeah,
told to
okay.
leave the room, though, we probably... I don't... Tess is glancing at him like he doesn't know what the good option is here. Because he knows what he was told, he knows the easiest solution, but he doesn't know what to do.
Barbara is here for a paycheck.
Yeah.
If things aren't going the way, Barbara wants things fixed so she can get her fucking paycheck.
He's also here for a paycheck, but he hears creepy magic shenanigans, and all of a sudden he's totally into this bullshit.
Well, Barbara is more than willing to go look, but she's also like, I'm so confused.
Chibi'gi'd is here under the guidance of God.
That's not concerning.
I'll say, is his god the player in this case?
No.
Well, while this was all
Not
going on,
concerning. Smile.
Goozma was going to come down from the ceiling and put himself back together. He'll climb back in his jar, mage hand his jar back onto his body, and screw his head back on.
Nice.
Just like one of them pickle jars.
I mean, he's the same color. He's approximately the same color as Pickle Brine. I don't know. A lot more viscous, though.
Oh.
Extra thick.
You need to put that, like, thick powder in, like, pickle brine, see what it makes.
I hate everything that's happening right now.
Right,
Is going to look at everyone else and say, does everyone agree that we need to investigate this?
Yeah, I'm all for it.
Yep.
Tess?
Well,
I mean, Barbara we don't actually know each other's names.
I mean-
Barb looks at Tess.
well, I don't want to get in trouble, but also I don't want these kids to be in trouble. It sounds like they should probably at least be escorted out so they can find their friend.
Look,
sounds-
we tell him what happened at the end of the night. If we just don't tell him we left the room, how are we gonna get in trouble?
I have a feeling they'll know if we've left the room, but we can always
don't
explain
think-
why.
They won't know. They don't have any cameras.
What's a camera?
Yeah, I
know.
don't. What? I mean, I know. A camera. There are different types of cameras, but that's beside the point. They could always walk in here, but we can always explain.
That's the roll of the dice.
Sure. She's like, I don't know what that means. Okay. Anyway.
Yeah. Tessa's nodding because, like, he doesn't really want to leave and get in trouble for leaving, but also, like, these kids clearly want to find their friend and or leave and or something, so, yeah. Exactly.
So we're all in agreement. So Barbara is opening the door.
Yep.
Hey,
Which door?
which door? Yeah, are you opening the door to
Good
go?
question. I don't know which way we're going.
Are you trying to backtrack or trying to go deeper in and through the rest?
Probably should
Backtrack, because Finn said they'd be at the front
Okay.
welcoming guests.
Hey Barbara, wanna roll me a d20, just flat?
Oh boy.
Oh my god.
Threatening.
Da-dum,
Hey,
da-dum,
what is happening?
da-dum,
Okay.
da-dum,
Jaws
Okay,
da-dum.
stop with the
slowly
music.
approaching.
You don't know what's happening yet. I haven't even described it. You don't need threatening music. So Barbara, you open the door, and what's behind it is not the hallway. Instead, you open the doors onto a large reception hall with an enormous chandelier hanging from it and a hallway overlooking it. It's got like a grand piano in the middle of the room. It looks like an entertaining space.
Barbara opens the door, sees this, closes it, and then opens it again.
Roll me another d20.
That's what
That's what I thought you'd say.
Not great rolls.
I don't
Okay,
think
this
it
time.
was-
This time you open the door and you see behind it a laundry room. There's like a washer and dryer. There's some bins of clothing sitting there.
Well, this is bullshit.
Barbara goes, "Are you hecking kidding me?"
Oh, this is not very good, is it?
Goozma's gonna get up from his chair and go open the door that would lead us forward.
Roll me a flat d20.
Is there a window in this room?
No? You're in the middle of the second floor. There's no window.
You never know.
So Goozma opens the door onto a formal parlor with several fancy-looking sofas and chairs and some tea tables, all covered in dust. There are some like loose papers scattered around on the ground.
Oh, that's odd. Let's
Is
see.
there tape?
No.
Barbara
Goozma's gonna-
literally says, "Are you hecking kidding me?"
This is...
This was not
Well.
part of the deal.
Goozma's gonna pick up the papers that are on the floor, see if that has anything interesting on it.
Did they not think of emergencies?
Apparently not.
If the house was on fire, they could just keep going in circles and never know.
That's a
So
good
Goozma-
thought.
Tess just rubs her
Goozma-
face.
So Goozma is walking into the room to into the parlor to pick up some of the loose papers.
I'm almost hesitant to say yes, but yes.
Oh no.
He's very
Okay.
curious, Slime.
Are the other
Door
people
fucking
going to-
closing.
The door is open.
Yeah, I think...
The door is not like it's not like wired to slam shut or anything.
Can you use thaumaturgy
But-
to keep it open? Instead of shutting
Chibi'gi'd just looking at the door and just like,
Yeah.
I really want to shut it.
Oh no.
It would be smart for someone to keep the door propped open, perhaps, just in case. This old house is drafty.
I think Tess might glance over at Chibi'gi'd, who has been in charge of slamming doors very successfully and professionally, and just keep a hand on the door to prop it open.
Okay.
They
So,
stand-
Closing. Barbara is closing the door that she has and is walking over to the same area that Goozma is going towards. She's not walking in. She's scared to walk in, but she's going in that direction.
I would
Oh, no.
never close a door.
That is a lie, and we all know it.
Someone with mage hand want to grab him.
So,
Chibi'gi'd
Goozma,
walks into the room with you.
Anyways, then.
yeah, so Goozma is able to pick up a handful of papers. You can roll perception or investigation if you want to look around the parlor more. Chibi'gi'd can as well now that they've walked in.
Tess is still
Barbara
keeping
is
it-
staying out of the room
Yeah.
until everyone else is inside the room.
And Tess is still gonna keep their hand on the door. They're not going in. They're just gonna
I
wait.
perceive.
Okay, both of you perceive pretty well. Yeah, so you can both see there is a window in this room, but it's boarded up. If you want to look out of it, you're actually on the third floor. Not the second one like the dining room was supposed to be.
What in tarnation?
most of the furniture and stuff in here looks pretty dusty, but one of the sofas looks like it's been used fairly recently, and there's muddy footprints across the floor that look like they're still wet. Through the window you can see that it's raining outside. And I think I think that's all you get in this room. And Goozma has scooped up those papers. If you want to look at those now, or if you want to retreat back to the other room and look at them there, is up to you. Just let me know when you want to look at them, and I'll give you more detail.
I think Goozma's just going to go ahead and read the papers.
Yeah, so it looks like pages torn out of a journal, like maybe the journal's bindings came apart. And you can see it is a journal entry from about 2 years ago. And it's basically just talking about the weather outside looks sunny today. I wish I was out there. I tried to find another way out of this godforsaken house again. Still no luck. I'm beginning to give up hope.
Oh no.
You know.
No.
There's a window
Ah.
right here. Have they tried, like, opening it?
Do you want to try opening the window?
Yeah, I'd like
Also,
to
if someone
Roll
mentions
strength.
roll
if someone
strength.
mentions that they're on the 3rd floor now, Barbara does have a reaction.
Are you gonna
Goozma's
mention it? Because Tess is still in the doorway. He's not looking out the window, so Tess doesn't know either.
Simply open the window.
How the heck does Chibi'gi'd have... Okay, so Chibi rolled a 19 for strength. I think with that, I think how that plays out, they're able to rip down the boards that are over the window, but then they go to open the window itself, and it is, like, not opening for anything. Like,
Even magic?
I don't know.
I
You're
can
not
try.
trying magic, you're just trying strength, and I'm telling you the window won't open. It's like it's glued shut or something.
I'm gonna try magic.
What magic are you
works for Windows.
Oh my fucking god. Thaumaturgy, why do you do everything?
Is the window locked, or is it... If it's unlocked, it can work on Windows?
The window is like... The window's locked.
Okay. Well,
Hey, Goozma's going to pipe up at this point after reading these journal pages. So, I don't think we're the first ones stuck here, or this isn't the first time this has happened. Goozma's going to hand the pages off to, like, I guess, Barb.
I think this is the 3rd floor.
Barbara literally says out loud, "What in tarnation?"
Okay, what? How are we? Oh, this is some magical stuff. Oh boy.
Well, technically, Barb and Tessura aren't on the 3rd floor. Just Goozma and Chibi'gi'd are.
True.
That's
Join our 3rd floor party.
Tess is not willing to
Barbara is
room, but
pointedly not moving.
I'm gonna say that the teens are just, like, huddled in a corner of the dining room now. I think they're, like, sitting in that alcove that Tessura was using to hide. They are not showing any interest in going into these random-ass rooms. They're like, we've seen this room before. We'll stay here, thank you.
You know what? That's probably a smart idea for them.
Tess will take it. He's not gonna suggest they do anything else right now.
So, where did those muddy footprints lead?
Actually, I think they're leading from another door in the parlor towards the door that you guys came in from.
I want to open the door.
Oh no.
And then Chibi'gi'd just runs up to it and opens it up.
The other door in the
Yeah.
parlor? Roll a
20?
flat d20. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay.
It's the
So
dining room
Chibi'gi'd-
again.
Nope. Chibi'gi'd opens the door, and it opens into sort of cramped looking living quarters. There are, like, bunk beds along one wall. There's, like, armoire that's been spilled to the side along the other. You can roll perception if you want more details.
Sure. Score.
Yeah, 7. There's not much more here to see. It looks like someone lived here once, a very long time ago, and it hasn't been used since. It's very dusty in here. There's no tape on the floor.
Yo, they got bunk beds in here.
Chibigi'd, or wait, they don't know each other's names. Fuck. She goes, do not go in there.
But the bunk beds.
Do you want us to get split up?
The door's not closed.
And what if it closes? Wouldn't it be better to stick together? Because with the way this looks, I don't really like the idea of getting lost.
I don't either.
Alright, and then Chibi'gi'd turns around, shuts the door, and walks back to the group.
I almost thought you said you shut the door like behind him. I was very worried for a second.
That would be awful. If one of you shuts the door behind yourself and gets sealed off from the rest of the party, it's gonna be hell getting back to each other, I'll tell you that.
You just open the door like 20 times.
Mm-hmm.
Eventually it cycles back. Eventually.
Eventually.
Yo.
But quite frankly, I don't think we should be just standing around and staying here.
I don't like the idea of running around and trying all these here doors, but somehow something has to lead to some tape. Or some more footprints, I suppose.
It would be good to reconnect the cycle.
Yeah.
Goozma's gonna go open the next door in in his room that Chibi closed.
Mm-hmm. Roll a flat d20.
Let's see what Goozma finds.
Oh, I'm Chibi'gi'd, by the way.
Okay.
Sure,
Does anyone want to respond to what Chibi'gi'd said, introducing themselves, or
I blinked for a hard second. I think
Barbara goes,
Sure.
Oh, names. I guess we did kind of need those. I'm Barbara Whyre, actress.
I'm Tessura. Good to meet you. After the fact.
Nice to meet you.
Goozma points to himself. Goozma, and then points to Stan on top of his jar. Stan.
Oh,
What?
it has a name.
He
I'm glad we
has a
have no-
name, yes.
I'm glad we all know the names now. Except for those teenagers in the corner, but they're fine.
Somehow I don't think they are.
I don't think they are either.
They're near Tessura's cloak. It's like
I think.
Oh yeah, does Tessura want to grab their cloak
I think.
back?
I think after that's mentioned, he might look at Barb and be like, "Would you mind holding the door for a second?" And then he's gonna go get his cloak and put it back on.
Barbara
He
goes,
does-
all
He
right.
does not want to leave that. He cares very much about his cloak. And then he'll come back and he'll probably just stand and keep observing the door antics.
Yeah. So the door.
Normally Barbara would be like, do you want to take the door back? But she's not.
Alright. Well,
She's not saying that.
yeah, Tess will just stand next to her and wait. He doesn't
So-
really know what's going on. He doesn't really know what the best option is. He's kind of just following what everyone does.
You know, I don't think anyone knows what's happening
Nope.
right now.
Oh.
At this
All of
point,
us
we're
are just-
all afraid to ask.
All of us are just poking the doors with a stick at this point. Except for maybe Goozma.
Literally.
I don't know.
So when Goozma opens the door a second time, it opens back out into the reception hall with the chandelier that Barb saw when she opens the door.
She goes,
So-
now hold on. How the hells does that work?
Oh, you
It's
know.
magic. We ain't gotta explain shit.
I would like to learn an explanation, but I guess now is not the right time.
Go to magic college.
I went to
College is
Bard
overrated.
College.
College is overrated.
I went to Bard College. She didn't, actually. But, you know, she's in a Bard
Can't-
College.
Can I roll insight on if she did get a mark?
I
Sure. If you really want to.
I'm half tempted to roll intelligence to see if Tess even knows what a bard college is.
You can.
You can if you want.
Because Tess has lived in a forest his whole life.
Oh, you rolled in the gallery. You know she didn't go to college, but you know what she's talking about.
Oh,
She
this is the wrong
is in
chapter.
a bard college.
I think Tess knows what a bard is, but doesn't know what a bard college is.
My God.
So, what did you do at college?
But it's a term. I didn't go to a school. I joined a bard college.
What?
Don't think too hard about it.
Don't. It's a lot.
Like a band?
No.
You said that was... I would never join a band.
Anyways.
Anyway.
Alright. So, 2 of you are in the parlor, 2 of you are in the dining room. Goozma's got the door to the reception hall open. What do you guys want to do?
The reception hall.
Onwards.
Oh boy.
I guess we're going to the reception hall. Barb looks at the teenagers and goes, "Do you all want to stay here while we look around?"
The 2 teenagers nod very emphatically. They very
Leave
much
them.
would like to stay in this room, please.
Barbara gives a thumbs up and then walks out, and I'm assuming Tess follows.
Tess is probably going to follow, but try and like prop the door open with something. First.
Leave them, they know fear.
You could. I said that the dining room table was set, so you could prop it. You could prop the door open with like a plate or something.
Yeah. Either that or maybe he'll drag a whole chair like against the door to stop it from sliding back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then he'll.
Okay,
I don't know
yeah.
if I need to roll anything for that, but after he finishes that, he'll catch up. So he's trying his best to
Yeah.
prop it open.
I don't think you have to roll anything for prop door open. So Barb and Tessura join the other 2 in the parlor, and then all 4 of them go together into the reception hall.
Yes.
I think
And Barb is
Someone
pointedly holding the other door open.
So Barb's like holding the door to the parlor open so they can get back out if they want to.
Yes.
I think Tess might
Yes.
imitate the exact same thing he just did. Look around for something to prop it with in the what is it? Study room.
In the
Parlor.
Parlor.
Yeah. There's like little ends tables you could use. So you could try pulling over one of those.
He'll do it.
That's probably the easiest thing to move that will actually keep a door open.
Yeah. With how much the doors are confusing him, he's just like, you know what? I know one thing that can be done to help this, and prop door open. There we go.
All right,
Okay.
new room.
Roll perception.
We're all in the same room again.
Perception or
What's your
investigation?
perception, Barb? I've already forgotten. It's a +1.
Guess you could roll investigation if you want. If you have something specific you're looking
It's
for.
only one more number. It's only a +2. It would have made it an 11.
Well, Tess got an 11. So we got 9, 10, 11. Hey, good.
Come on, 12. No, 2.
We
Goozma
Okay.
can't perceive for shit.
None of them perceive.
Ooh, this room is big. That's about all you get.
It's all I can tell.
9, 10, 11, I'm gonna say those all are about the same. So the 3 of you can see, you can notice, big reception hall, big chandelier hanging down. There's a hallway running across that, overlooks the reception hall, but there's no, stairs to access it. It's just got a railing it just overlooks, but you can't get from one to the other directly. There's a big grand piano in here, and there are some portraits hung on the walls. So you can roll investigation if you'd like to take a closer look at the portraits or the piano or the chandelier or anything like that.
I'd love to investigate the piano.
Goozma will look at the portraits.
This is also a look at the portraits, but we'll see how well that works. That's a 0! That's a 0!
Yes.
0.
Yes.
It's a net 1 minus 1.
Barbara is going to investigate the portraits as well, though I guess she really doesn't need to, considering Goozma got a 22. So, actually, piano. She's looking at the piano, and that's a +2.
Do your dice
Okay.
hate
Oh
you?
my god.
I think they do.
I think the dice hate Tess.
I'm sorry, Tess. This is not my fault.
Trips over the cloak again.
Maybe he
Again.
does. He wasn't watching where he's going and trips on something again, and it just like the cloak just falls over his face. It's like you'd think, having owned this cloak most of my life, I wouldn't trip on it. There's
Barbara
this
just like
sigh.
pats his shoulder, and then goes to look at the piano.
Okay. At the piano, Chibi'gi'd. This is a piano. That's all you can tell. I don't know.
A note on it.
It plays. It's a little out of tune. You think maybe this piano has not been tuned in some years.
Well,
Barbara, I'm gonna say you like walk around. The like cover of the piano is mostly closed, but you notice it's like just slightly propped open out of place. It's not lying perfectly flat. So you see something that's kind of wedged into the piano lid, almost like the lid shut on it. If you want to lift the lid, you might be able to pull that out.
I don't know what her strength is, but I'll certainly try. Oh, can I argue Dex?
I wasn't gonna make you roll anything. It's a piano lid.
Oh, I thought it was like stuck. I thought it was stuck.
you have offered
You can
to
try
roll.
rolling something and we'll see, and if it fails, I'll say it's stuck.
Okay. Can I argue Dex, please?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay.
That's why I argued Dex. Fucking 10.
I'll say you, like, managed to, jam the piano open enough that the thing stuffed into it, falls out. And you can see it is, a note that someone had wedged into the piano here, if you would like to look at that.
Oh, she is looking.
As Chibi'gi'd watches that fall, they just do like the dun 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 on the piano.
Barbara flinches.
So
The
no.
tune.
Okay, I've just had an idea. So we're gonna cut back to Goozma looking at the portraits for a second, then we'll get to the contents of the note. So Goozma, what you see is like a series of portraits that you would guess. You don't have to guess. You rolled a 22. There are like little plaques underneath each one, explaining who the subject of the portrait is. And you can tell that this is portraits of the Everett family through the generations. So there's like the first family that like built the mansion and moved into it. It's like very dignified looking man and his wife and some children and so on. There's a few portraits that are like painted, and then there's like a couple of black and white photos. And then you see the most recent portrait, which is of which does contain Finn and their parents. So
Aww.
yeah. I just thought that so that's the most recent portrait in the lineup.
They really
So-
are a real ghost.
They're at least half of a ghost, yes.
That's how half of it goes.
So it's little child Finn and like their mom and dad.
That man was a bard.
Oh my god.
I hate that.
Diagnosed. Oh my god, I just got the fucking joke.
There you go.
Ah, I hate it too. I was like, what
I hate
about
it.
this man looks like a bard? He's wearing a suit. Oh.
Yep, there we go. That's why I said I hate it.
Thanks, I hate it.
Okay.
Anyway.
And now for something completely different.
Yep,
Indeed.
and now for the contents of the note. So Barb, as you unfold the note, you can see it's like written in very shaky pencil. It's a different handwriting from the journal pages that you saw in the last room.
Didn't see those.
It's different from the journal pages Goozma saw. I thought Goozma like showed someone else the portrait
Yeah,
of journal
I
pages.
did. I did.
Oh, wait.
Oh, did you show everyone else?
I did show
Wait.
Barb at least.
Oh. I am
Okay,
Boo
good.
Boo the Fool. Carry on.
Not going crazy. Cool.
Go crazy,
So yeah,
go stupid.
different handwriting than the last person that wrote the journal. And it just says, like, if you're reading this, you can't trust the house. Get out if you can. And it looks very old.
She kind of just looks at this and goes, well then. That's reassuring. And she just pockets it.
What was?
The note said, don't trust the house. And honestly, that just makes things so much worse.
Why
No,
would
I
you
don't
trust
like
a
that.
house? It's a house.
I don't like that at all.
Basically, the house is trying to confuse us. It's a living thing. I'm assuming.
Always hate those.
Yeah.
Living houses, I mean.
I don't think I've ever come across a living house.
Quite annoying.
That was the first for me.
I think in the background, Tess is gonna take off their cloak and shove it in their hammer space. they have had enough of this cloak for tonight.
Smart decision. So we've been
Kind of
going...
goes. Most living houses are not annoying, though this one is specifically annoying.
Dun dun dun.
On that note, we've been going for about 2 hours. I was thinking we would take a little break here.
Shit, we have, haven't we?
Mm-hmm. Time flies when you're having fun. And we're being
Indeed.
caught in a mysterious spooky mansion.
And making
Time
puns
flies
about
when you're
it.
traumatizing children.
It really does.
And falling on the floor in Tess's case. Twice.
Just tripping over their cloak over and over again.
It's shortish for reasons they don't do that, but tonight is not their night.
It is
Apparently
not.
not.
I'm having a blast though.
Alright.
Yeah, this has been so much fun.
I'm glad. Okay,
Alright.
so we'll take a break and come back in like 5 to 10 minutes.
Alright.
I
Yeah, I need
get some
to-
water.
I need to use the restroom and get some food.
Next
Hydration.
time, maybe.
Be right back.
Yeah. Okay.
Back to game.
Back to
As I
game.
hop back to the game zone.
Back to the game.
Same.
I am eating, so I might be quiet for moments.
It's all good.
It's summer.
That's
We're back
fair.
to the game.
Sustenance is important.
It is.
Mhm. Yes. So yeah, you are all in the reception hall. You've investigated the portraits, you've investigated the piano, and found an ominous note. What do you guys want to do next? I should note, in addition to the door you came in through, there are 2 other doors on the opposite end of the room that you can try. If you want to continue on without having to unprop the door that you came in through.
Well, I love opening doors.
Master the doors. Let's go.
Okay. If you want to head over...
I'd like
And
to just
open
do
it-
it thaumaturgically.
Are you opening both doors or just one?
Just one.
Okay, roll the flat d20. Okay. 15. So that opens back up into the same room with the bunk beds and the tipped over armoire that you saw earlier.
Yeah.
Goozma will...
Now we get to go back into this room.
Are you heading in?
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyone holding the door open?
Goozma will go hold the door open.
Thank you.
Just find something to prop it. Use one of the paintings.
Tessa's gonna look around and probably not grab a painting. You know.
There's not much else in this room. There's the paintings, there's the piano. I guess the piano bench you could try dragging over.
Got the piano bench.
Oh, you know what? All these things can be easily put back into spots when we need to put them back. So, he'll go grab the piano bench very carefully.
Okay.
Doesn't want to damage it.
Mm-hmm. So you're using that to prop open the door. So anyone who wants to go into the next room can roll perception.
Perception of this room, part
Tess is busy with
2.
bench. Oh,
Yes!
there's your
Whoa,
there's a nat
nat
20.
Perceive!
Oh my
What
god!
do you see? Two nat 20s?
Two nat 20s. You guys are
Two of them.
perceiving the shit out of this room.
I'm gonna say Tess is busy with the bench, so he's probably not looking in the next room yet.
Fair
That's
enough.
It's in that one.
he's looking the other direction. He's just not paying attention.
Mhm. Yeah, so, Goozma, you can see there are indeed bunk beds, like, Chibi'gi'd had enthusiastically told you guys about. There's a tipped over armoire. There's another door on the other end of the room, that's closed. It seems like a pretty small room. You're guessing this was, maybe servants' quarters back when this mansion was first built, back when that was still a thing. I'm assuming that was a thing at one point in Inkwell. I'm not sure. Let's hope so. But this was like where like the kitchen staff and the maids or whatever would sleep. Yeah, that's where they would be. Not 20. So Barb and Chibi'gi'd notice there's like a beam running through this room that you imagine is like part of the foundation that holds this, big house up. You need big beams to hold up a big house without it falling down. So you guess it's like supporting the weight and just maybe isn't covered up in this specific room because like the high society guests aren't going to see this room, so there's not much point. And carved into the beam, you can see 5 symbols, which, Barb, look familiar to you because they were the same things that were carved above the front door to the house.
What did the carvings above the door say again?
It's not in words. It's like runes or symbols. So
Can I check with religion?
yeah, you can roll a religion check, I guess. Or if anyone else has any reason to be able to understand runes.
I was gonna argue Arcana. I mean, it's the same modifier, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, you could try rolling Arcana.
I think Tess is gonna look around the room.
Barbara
Okay.
does not understand.
No, I think, Barbara, you can
Nat
tell
20
that these...
followed by a 4.
Ooh,
Holy shit!
there's the
Goozma's
magic
rolling
slime.
Arcana.
Magic slime coming to get everything. Let's go.
Magic
Okay.
and nerd.
I don't think Tess noticed.
Okay,
that,
so
busy.
I'm guessing one of you waved Goozma over to come take a look at it as well, or maybe he just noticed that you guys were looking very intently at this post and wandered over. Barbara, you can tell that these are runes and that these are the same things that were over the front door, but you don't know what they mean. Chibi, you can tell, well, you can recognize, one of the runes, which is the biggest rune written down here, which means something, which basically means safety. Mhm. And Goozma, you recognize the safety rune, and with a 25, there are 5 runes total. I'd say you recognize 3 of them off the top of your head. So, one of them means safety, one of them means preserve, protect, and one of them means unwelcome. But you don't know what the other 2 are.
Barbara is going to point out, well, that's interesting. That's the second time I've seen those.
When was the first time?
When we walked in.
What? Where?
Over the door. I was looking around, was a little wary of the place, and they were over the door when we walked in.
Weird.
Weird indeed.
Goozma is gonna tell him about the runes he did know off the top of his head. So let's see, we've got safety, preservation, and unwelcome. Unwelcome doesn't
that's
sound
lovely.
good.
It doesn't match the other 2.
Yeah, definitely does not. But lovely.
Hey, Tess, are you okay with that piano bench over there?
Yeah, I think it's not. I don't think it's gonna move very easily. He's eventually coming over to stare everyone else's shoulder because he's tall.
As someone who has worked with benches, piano benches, they do move.
Oh, they very much do.
no
That's why he was
moving.
poking at him so much. Wedge it in the doorway.
Smart.
You gotta step
Hammer
over
it
it to
into
get
the
out.
wall.
No, he's trying to be careful with it, but he's gonna like wedge it between that and the door. So, or between the door and the door frame. So,
Oh, like long ways?
yeah.
Okay.
Smart.
He was very preoccupied for a second.
So would Goozma possibly recognize what language this is?
Who knows? It's runic. I didn't think it that far.
You're so
like,
valid.
It's not any particular language. It's just like symbols used for focusing spells.
It's one of those nada languages.
Correct.
Weird, you don't see that much.
I guess
Probably-
technically.
This is probably some kind of ward, if I'd have to guess. Or a part of a ward.
Quite.
Well, on to the next room. And Goozma's just gonna turn on his heels and open up the next door.
Well,
My
onwards to the
Tessura
maze.
wants to look. Unless Tessura wants to take a look. Although I don't think Tessura's beating a 25.
I mean, he
For
can
looking at the
he
runes,
can look
but-
at the runes, but I don't.
Mhm.
Let me see. What can? They're both -1. So I'm gonna roll Arcana. It's gonna be entertaining.
Mhm.
It's an 18 apparently. Apparently, he
18,
knows a little bit of
not
magic.
bad. Mhm. Yeah, so Tessura can tell these are runes and can make out the safety and preserve protect runes. Like, those look vaguely familiar. They're probably more common runes than the unwelcome one. Like, safety, preserve, protect, they're probably like pretty generic protection runes for most protection spells.
Gotcha.
So maybe Tessura's seen them in that context before.
Yeah, true. Maybe he has.
Mm-hmm. And then if you want to go on to the next room, roll me a flat d20. Nice. Okay.
I think that's a new
So
one.
this time, the door opens onto a formal-looking study. So there's a big desk and some bookcases. If anyone wants to roll perception
Yeah, Goozma
for more
wants to-
details.
Is
Goozma
Tess
wants to
going to
peruse
prop the door open again?
Yes, but I think he's looking at the room while he's doing so. So I'll roll perception if I can.
Barbara does not perceive in this room.
Who needs
Neither does
perceiving?
Tess. He's a little bit sidetracked.
Okay. So let's see. So the 9 was for getting into the room, so we have 13 from Chibi'gi'd, 14 from Goozma, 8 from Barb, and 11 from Tessura. So starting with the lowest, Barb and Tessura, you can tell this is a study. It looks a little more well used than the other rooms that you've seen so far. There's no tape on the floor, but there's also not a lot of dust in here. So you get the sense this is still a room that is still in use by, well, probably by Finn, because they're the only person living here that you know of, but it looks like this room is still being used. With a 13 and 14, Goozma and Chibi can see that there was some active work going on in this room. There's a few books pulled out onto the desk, and you can roll investigation if you'd like to see what exactly the books are about. There's some loose papers with notes on them, stuff like that. But basically, yeah, this room is still in use. Okay, 19 for investigation, and 16 for investigation. Yeah, probably both good enough to see. Yeah, the books are all on various magical topics. So there's a book on enchantments, there's a book on runes and their meanings, there's a book on, doing magic, home building, stuff like that.
Runes, you say?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the book with runes has several bookmarks sticking out of it.
Ooh, I'd love to see those bookmarks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so if Chibi'gi'd pulls the book down, there are 5 pages bookmarked in the book. Hang on,
Do I have to roll anything or just like open up the pages?
You can just go to the pages and see. Each one has a handful of runes on it. So the first page you can see runes for safety. You can see runes, like there's the safety rune, and then there's some runes for more specific types of safety, like safety against weather, safety against fire, safety against poor judgment. The second page comes shortly after it, and it has the Preserve Protect rune on it, as well as, some more specific protections, like protection against bandits,
Protection for bandits.
Yep, protection against police for use by bandits. Stuff like that. The third page marked has several runes that have meanings like contain, trap, cage, limit, stuff like that. The fourth page marked has several runes. You see the unwelcome rune on here, as well as runes for, trying to think of the word. Trying to make people go away, trying to make things seem less appealing to people, trying to make people feel unpleasant. Yes, a no solicitor sign that actually works. And then the
Keep those damn Girl Scouts out.
No
and
cookies.
then and then the final page marked has several runes for things like guidance and direction, rules and instructions, master and like student, learning, things like that. But the only, so the runes that you were able to recognize and identify in the last room you see in here, and you also see a whole bunch of others, but you propped the door if you want to go back and compare.
Yeah, we should probably do that.
All right. You want to go back into the previous room and compare the runes on the wall to what you see in the book?
I'll research.
Okay. So, using the book, you're able to identify the last 2 runes on the wall. So one of the runes is the rune for containment, and one of the runes is a rule for rules and instructions.
I see.
So
Great.
this is
So-
what happens when you break the rules.
So I will copy paste that in now that you have all those.
Scapri.
Great. The doors are all open, right?
Yeah, Tess
Yeah.
is trying to make sure they're all propped.
You've been propping all the doors as you go. So,
Does Chibi'gi'd tell everyone else these?
Yeah. Chibi'gi'd tells everyone else this.
Barbara immediately. Well, I'm gonna actually. What would I roll to connect the dots?
intelligence?
Okay. I'm rolling the dots because I have connected the dots.
You have a connected
Oh no!
Barbara is just sitting here. Or just
She
standing
does
here.
not. She doesn't connect shit.
Oh.
I have connected the dots, but Barbara hasn't.
Does anyone else want to roll to connect dots?
Yeah, I'll roll to connection. What was it? Intelligence?
Yeah.
I'm almost tempted to not, but also it'd be really funny if this did. I don't know.
I mean, you could
I'll
probably roll Arcana if you wanted to, if you were specifically looking for what the spell is or what the runes
Oh
add
no,
up to.
Barb! I have connected what has happened to make these runes activate.
Oh, with like an actual. I'll roll Arcana then.
I'm rolling Arcana.
I'm gonna roll Arcana, but it's the
I mean,
same
just
modifier
intelligence
as my
is fine.
intelligence.
Yeah, that's the same modifier.
That's a nat 20! Tess,
Yeah,
what are you
I will-
doing?
Yeah, but
Tess?
okay, so 19, 22, 19, everyone except Barb.
No, that's not a 19. That's a nat 20.
-1.
Oh my god, it is! With a
Oh my god.
Apparently this lad knows magic. He isn't very smart. Oh man.
I may not be smart, but I know the classic fireball.
Fuck's sake, I can't believe this.
You rolled that one, I got that 20. This should be inverted.
It
Okay.
should, but it isn't.
And that's what's funny. Oh man.
Okay, so everyone that wasn't Barbara gets the can
dots
figure out can figure out. Yeah, there is an enchantment on this house based around these 5 runes, where people that break the rules of the house get stuck in here.
I know why. I can't do anything though. Barbara rolled a 1.
Well, we broke
I
the
feel
rules
like
of the house by leaving the room.
And they broke it. They broke it for.
Well, they broke it for bathroom reasons.
Okay, for piss
It
poor
is
ones, you
still
mean.
breaking the rules.
So, what do we do now?
Well, we can go back and tell them why they're stuck.
That's not helping.
Aren't we stuck too now, considering the doors are looping to weird places and not opening to the next scary room that like it's supposed to with the haunted house? Like,
I
aren't
hope
we
none of
stuck as well?
I hope no one else got stuck in here, especially those children. One of them's traumatized.
Yeah, I can't possibly imagine how.
Yeah, who knows?
It's a mystery, really.
Barbara is staring.
Goozma's staring right back, and he doesn't have eyelids.
Yeah, win the staring contest. Tess will lose and Goozma will win.
Roll to win the staring contest.
I'm okay. Barbara is going to say something, and she's going to say, well, I mean, being stuck here is better than being at work.
This is a job.
It's a better job than the one I have. My boss is awful.
We're stuck here until we find a way out.
Yeah, nothing new for me.
I mean,
Barbara gives a silent handshake.
Oh, fun guys, we're really in it now.
In lore. I hee-hoo in lore.
I mean.
If you know, you know. Anyway.
I know.
Oh, phone guide, we're really in it now.
Oh my god.
I guess Goozma's just gonna open the next door then, and maybe snag that book of enchantments and chuck it in his hammer space because he wants to read that later.
It tosses it to Goozma.
Oh,
The
thanks.
Book of Runes or the Book of Enchantments?
The
They're
Book of
two
Can't
separate
Enchantments.
those.
books. Okay.
Book of enchantments, and we might as well hold on to the book of runes.
I'll put it in my inventory.
I think
Okay.
Tess is just trying to think about like how in the world did this happen? How did they get in trouble? They were just trying to help the kids. Why are the doors
We
doing
did break
this?
the rule.
Uh,
We had to like convince you that walking out of the room was good, and it was bad. It was the worst option we chose.
that was great.
No,
We
what's
didn't
a
work
good
out,
adventure?
we wouldn't have a game.
They just sit
What's
there
a good
till
adventure
midnight.
without bad decisions?
I know, right?
Exactly.
Look, Tess has an intelligence of -1. He was not gonna make the smart decision of it. Like, he's not gonna just stay in the room until midnight happens. He's like, oh, people are leaving the room. I can't leave them alone. I can't stay here alone. Let's go.
Goozma
Barbara
does-
has an intelligence of only +1. She's an actress. She's not
They
super
don't-
smart.
Neither of these two have much of a brain cell, but they're trying their best.
Let's say Goozma has an
Yeah.
intelligence of +4, and he still wins.
Chibi'gi'd has an intelligence of +1.
Man, we are all just sharing a single brain cell, and that brain cell is Goozma, the slime in a jar.
He doesn't have a brain. He doesn't even have a brain.
He
If
doesn't
only
have
I
a
had
brain, and he has a brain cell.
I don't have a brain or a heart.
But he does have the brain cell.
Exactly.
Okay, someone roll me a d20 to go to the next room.
I'll roll that d20.
Man.
Roll
Watch
with
out,
all
the
your
man
might.
with the... Let's say, watch out, the man with the one brain cell's coming through.
Better than the rest of them. Okay, so this time the door opens out onto a greenhouse full of plants. It's got like a glass roof, and the rain is hitting the glass roof of the greenhouse.
Got any mushrooms?
Oh my god.
Roll perception.
Hell yeah.
I'm also rolling perception.
I would like to
Just for
roll
funsies.
Everyone roll perception every time you go to
Oh
a new
my
room.
god, Barb!
Oh no!
Barb is so distraught over being trapped in this mansion.
Non-natural 20.
He doesn't
Tess!
care. That's the thing. Barbara doesn't
Okay.
care.
I guess Tess really did get out his bad rolls early. Hello?
I guess so.
Hello?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. 3, Barb. This room's full of plants and it's raining. 7 for Goozma. This room is full of plants and it's raining. And it looks like it's dark out. Maybe because
Goes,
it's raining.
"Oh, it's
Maybe 'cause
raining."
it's night. Mm-hmm.
Barbara goes, oh, when did it start raining? Well, ain't that something? That's
the
it.
weather.
That's all she says.
And now, the weather.
And now the weather.
Okay, 12 for Chibi'gi'd. I think you find like a corner where the glass has started to crack, and there are, in fact, mushrooms growing out of the ground here. Not intentionally, but they sure are. And then with a 20, Tessura, you probably recognize some of these plants. I'm trying to think of what else. From within the greenhouse, it's like all glass, so you can see like you can see the outside of the house, even though you're technically still inside the house. So you can see like the other lights that are lit up where people are still going through the haunted house. And you can hear faintly like people screaming, but like in a sort of delighted way from like the people that are still walking through the haunted house proper. And I think also you can see carved into the foundation of the greenhouse are the runes again. So
Chibi'gi'd is just like patting the mushrooms enjoyably.
Tess is gonna gently poke the runes with one finger, like, well, there's the runes again, I think. These are the same ones, right? He's like glancing back at people who actually perceive the runes very well.
You never know.
they are the same 5 runes, carved into the center of the floor of the greenhouse. I think actually... I'm trying to think. Yeah. Like, as you lean down, you see there's, like, someone's backpack stashed under one of these, greenhouse tables with the plants on it. It looks like an adventuring pack was abandoned here long ago. It's kind of dusty.
Can he poke at it?
You can poke at it.
Carefully
It's dusty. Yeah, it looks like so 90% of the contents are just standard adventuring pack stuff. There's like rope, there's a couple of torches, there's like a bedroll in here. There is, I'm trying to think what else. There is like a small black and white photo of what looks like 2 people standing together. But it looks rather old and worn, so you can't quite make out who those 2 people are.
Gotcha.
Looks like it's pretty old and has been here for a while.
I think he might, well, I don't know if he's gonna take the pack, but I think he's gonna pick up the photo and be like, do you think somebody lost this? The photo? Like, why would this just be under a bench? He's turning the photo over in his hand, just like looking at it curiously.
I think there's a date on the back of the photo, and I think that date is about 40 years ago.
Probably some other people got lost in here.
Lovely. I'm beginning to think my employer sent me here to get killed, not paid.
Well, let's not have that happen. I think Tess is gonna put the photo in his hammerspace, but he's gonna probably he's just like, I doesn't really want to leave that just in the dust. Like, somebody probably wants this photo, maybe.
The backpack can stay though.
He's not trying to steal from the people. He just like wants to let them know that, hey, there's a photo under a thing. Do you want it back?
I mean, odds are these people are long dead.
Probably, but like, there's somebody still owns a house, so maybe they want the stuff. I don't really know. This is an extremely large house. Because I start go like investigate the windows and see if they can open the window at all, like any of the windows, or if they're all just like sheets of glass where you can't actually open them.
You can tell they're all sheets of glass, not meant to be opened. Like, the only things that open in here are like the doors at either end of the room. Speaking of which, did you prop the door coming in?
Well, I think.
Oh.
Yeah, we'll grab a small palm frond and stick it in front of the door.
Relocate a flower pot.
That's not gonna prop it open.
No, I'm talking like, just
This is
potted
in a pot.
like, trees.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I
I thought you were taking just the plants.
The bit by the mushrooms, there's like a crack that let the mushrooms in, right?
Mm-hmm.
that means the glass can be broken. I have an idea.
Oh
They
no.
said don't damage the house, though. Do we want to cause more problems? Like,
We are stuck here unless we find a way out.
yes, but do we have to break stuff? Like,
It's a window. They can get it replaced.
Hold
Not like
on.
the wall.
This house is quite old, though.
That's like we get lost for an eternity as punishment for leaving our room. What if I don't want to think about what it's going to do if we break it, because this house seems to be,
I don't.
It's
basically
already
alive.
broken a bit right here.
Yes, but that wasn't intentionally caused. That was probably by weathering.
There's a difference between trying. I mean, I just don't know if. I still don't know why we're going around in circles, but like, I don't
I
particularly.
mean, we left the room.
I don't particularly want to make worse stuff happen.
Fine. Lowers mace.
Great. Crisis averted, everybody.
What does anything happen if like Chibi'gi'd pokes their hand out the broken bit of the window?
It's not broken that much. It's
Okay.
very much. It's a crack in the glass, not like even a chip. So,
Moisture got in.
yeah, it's just enough to let some moisture in so the mushrooms could grow, but not enough for anything to come in and out. Not even a bug. So.
Yeesh.
This greenhouse doesn't
Alright.
even have bugs.
Maybe they should have bugs. Maybe it'd be. Maybe if more stuff lived in it, then it wouldn't be sending people around in circles so much. But Tessura just shrugs.
Right.
I think the reason it's like this is because the person who does live here, or at least who did, I don't think the mansion carved this into itself.
Hmm.
Oh.
So the mansion isn't living. It's just enchanted.
I think.
I guess that makes sense.
Somebody had to do it at one point, then.
Anyways,
Finn
on to the
lives
next
here.
room.
Into the door.
Alright, whoever opens the door, roll a flat d20.
Does anyone else want to open the door? Goozma will open the door.
Tessa's gonna go keep looking for somebody to prop the door open with. That's been his job, and he's like, all right, I got this down to a rhythm.
We
Let's do
will
this."
make a full cycle.
We will loop back to the dining room.
Oh yeah.
At some point.
Okay. So when this is a little trippy. Goozma, when you open the next door, the sound the sound of rain gets a lot louder. And you're actually opening it onto a courtyard that is lined by, 3-4 story high walls. So you can tell this is in the middle of the mansion is this outdoor courtyard. There's overgrown grass and a worn down cobble path leading across the courtyard. And it's raining out, so that rain is coming down.
Yard. In the middle of the
Hammer
house.
space again.
Tess is mildly regretting putting this cloak away.
Where's my fumble chart? Where's my fumble chart? Hold on.
Funny roll.
It's a fumble.
I forgot to pull out my fumble chart. Ugh. I wanted her to pull out an umbrella.
Not doing that now.
Okay. Nope. All right. Oh, for fuck's sake! I don't have her. Her fumble chart got deleted. Shit. All right.
No.
Do the classic fumble chart.
I'll have to do the classical one then. Let me pull it up. All right. D20. Barbara pulls out a bar of soap.
Why do you want that?
Barbara looks at it and goes, that isn't going to help me here. And she puts it away, and then I'm gonna roll again.
2 ones in a row, no!
For fuck's sake. She then pulls out a half-full canteen.
Are you okay?
She goes, I hate when I fumble. And she puts it away, and she's trying again.
3 that once in a row!
Wait, this one might actually be useful. She pulls out a stepladder. And she just looks at it and goes, actually, that one might be a tad bit useful to us. And she places it down. For fuck's sake, dice parser, please.
Another one.
Oh, there you go.
Oh my god. She pulls out an umbrella, finally. And she opens it and fucking puts it over her head.
Do you not like being moist?
The moisturizer messes with my hair. I am a naturally curly-haired person, after all. The water and my hair don't mix very well.
I'm a natural mushroom.
She's not going to comment on that. She's walking away.
Goozma's gonna just kind of explore the courtyard a bit more.
I cannot believe 3 nat 1s.
Amazing.
Is there a fountain in this courtyard?
Sure, yeah, that makes sense. It's not operating, but there is an empty fountain.
Just like classic Friends.
I've never watched Friends, if that's what you're referring to.
I wasn't gonna make a joke like that, and then like 2/3 into it, I went, yeah, I'm gonna pivot this to a classic sitcom. I don't know why.
Tess would
so
pull out
Barb-
his cloak, but after all tripping on it previously, he doesn't trust it right now. So he's just gonna suck it up and deal with getting rained on. It's fine.
Barb dealt with 3 fumbles to get out an umbrella. She was determined.
Yeah, that's also part of the reason why Tess isn't gonna bother. He's just like, you know what? Rain is rain, and I've lived in it before. It's fine.
I'm just gonna perceive.
Okay.
Oh, hello.
So
Well, you definitely perceive.
Perception time, I guess.
Goozma will attempt to
Wow,
proceed.
Barbara, you are just not doing well today, aren't you? You did so well on your performance rolls.
Well, they had +10.
Jesus Christ.
Oh.
Holy shit.
Everyone
Barbara keeps
else.
failing her perception rolls. I think, Barbara, like, your umbrella is blocking your ability to, like, look up, so you can just see, like, what's at the ground floor, which is, you know, grass, cobblestone. There's some windows that overlook this at the ground floor, but they're, all dark. A couple of them are boarded up. The path that goes through here is not in good condition, so you're probably focused on, like, not losing your step and slipping into the mud.
Understandable.
Understandable. So, dirty 20, dirty 21, and 18. Yeah, similar to what you saw in the greenhouse. You can see up the other 3 stories of the mansion. Some of the windows are lit. You can see guests inside, walking the haunted house course, seemingly having fun, and screaming, but like the fun kind of scream. Stuff like that. It's raining down. And other than like the doors into and out of this courtyard, there's no exit. The house is like making a full circle around this courtyard, so you can't just leave and walk off like you could if it was like a U-shaped house. Now, quick thing. Nobody said they were propping the door this time.
For fuck's sake!
I thought Tess propped it, but like, you know, maybe I forgot.
So, Barbara and Goozma explicitly walked out into the courtyard. Did Chibi'gi'd or Tessura prop the door before they go on?
Nope.
Well, I mean, Tessa's propped every single other door, so I think he would
Mm-hmm.
he would attempt to pull something else from the greenhouse room to prop it.
Mm-hmm. Tessura explicitly mentioned, like, looking for something to prop the door, so I wanted to give him that chance before being mean and closing the door. So...
Hey,
It's when the air pressure
I'm
couldn't...
100% waiting for it. I've been waiting for it this whole time.
I wasn't expecting you guys to prop doors in the first place, but I felt like being nice. So what is Tessura propping the door with?
You know what? I mean, I would think of something more interesting, but the only thing I can think of is another flower pot. So finding something that's a little bit bigger than a tiny flower, like a little bit bigger of a flower pot, just to like be like, all right, you can just move over here in front of the door, prop that open. Hopefully, wind doesn't close it. He's doing his best.
I was sitting here like, I could just have a gust of wind come in and fuck up your guys' whole plan.
I mean, you still could. There's nothing
You
stopping.
still could.
Mm-hmm.
Toon
Yep, there's
shenanigans
another
are still
door.
possible.
Mm-hmm.
Look, Tess is attempting to take precautions. They could not work.
Can I cast thaumaturgy up on one of the windows where people passing by to make a thunderclap?
You sure can.
Cool.
I'm concerned.
Oh,
Oh, is it just to get their attention?
We're still on the job.
Yeah, I don't think it gets much attention because, like, everyone walking by the windows has noticed that it's raining. So, like, thunder seems quite natural at this time in this weather. So it doesn't draw much attention or spook anyone too bad.
It's the atmosphere.
I know this would go against, breaking the house, but, I do have shatter.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, notice that.
Oh, wait. No, never mind.
And I can make it in different flavors, too.
I have dancing lights, but that's not really going to get anyone's attention right now.
Tess also has dancing lights. I feel that.
What?
Tess also has dancing lights. Dancing lights, good
Those-
spell. But also...
Those lights be
Good spell.
dancing.
Lights
Ooh,
be dancing.
I had an idea of, let's see, I have Tasha's Caustic Brew, which just shoots like a straight line of normally acid, but I could make it something like fire just to make it brighter, so I could just do a pillar of fire straight up. That would go 30 feet.
Well, that would get someone's attention.
Do you want to do that?
Oh boy.
I do, but like Goozma would totally do that, but also the player, I'm like, I feel that wouldn't really actually do anything.
Yeah, do remember it's raining right now as well.
Well, I can make a lightning then. That's
Lightning's
frightening.
Nobody would care.
Terrible idea!
God damn it.
Yes, I'm gonna cast a lightning spell while I'm wet and I'm a robot. That should work out great.
I got mending.
I got
Oh my
mending.
god.
Oh boy.
How you think he fixed his body up in the first place?
Oh,
Lord.
boy.
Directly at Barb. Hey, do you know mending?
She goes, no, I don't know mending. That's Claire's job.
Who?
Never mind. I don't know mending.
What are y'all trying to do over there? I think Tess has like found an overhang and is like standing under it.
I don't know what we're trying to do.
Get people's attentions. I can make a fire-breathing crab.
You
Your
can
crab
what?
is awfully small. She's ignoring the part that, like, what? That makes no sense.
Yes, but I can make him breathe fire.
They breathe?
Would they?
You know
would
what?
that-
Never mind.
I don't know what that would. I mean, I'm sure it would do something, but like I don't know how it would help us.
At this point, we're trying to get someone's attention, right? We're in a courtyard and we can see people walking across.
Mm-hmm.
I can make my voice louder and maybe yell for help.
You can
Perhaps.
do that.
I mean,
I've been quiet.
Do you want to do that?
Sure.
All right, because like thaumaturgy, you can make your voice louder, right? So what do you want to
Yeah.
yell?
Hey, can anyone help? Stuck in the courtyard down here.
I think a couple people like look out the window and like one person stops and looks down and then they point at the door you guys propped open and walk on.
It's
oh man.
Well, that didn't work as well as I had hoped. Could you call for Finn?
Oh yeah, I could probably do that. Hey Finn! Finn!
You do not see Finn in any of the windows.
Your house is broke!
Oh man.
Your house broke!
This is non-Euclidean bullshit.
Oh my god. What if we just kept pestering for him?
Finn!
Finn!
Well, that's just not
Finn, you
much help.
bitch ass motherfucker!
Finn, I know you're somewhere in this goddamn labyrinth! Let me out! Let me out!
So I'm assuming no matter how much Chibi screams, Finn is not coming.
He's on the clear other side of the house.
Finn is not coming immediately as far as you guys can tell. You can see no sign that Finn has heard you or is on the way.
Finn, make a sign that you're on the way!
If you're not here, raise your hand. Well,
God.
I don't. Do you want to keep looking at doors? Like, eventually we gotta find somewhere that's got people.
There
Well,
was
the
a
next-
rune in that book for guidance, right?
Yes, there was. Written in that book a rune for guidance.
Would that do anything?
What do you want to do with it?
I don't know, put it on like something and just like go, guidance. And have it guide us a way out.
I mean, you can try it. Do you have something to write or carve with?
I'm looking.
You can try rolling hammer space for it.
Not gonna lie, I don't know how to do that.
You just roll a d10, and if it's above a 1, you can pull out anything within reason.
Okay.
So, like, it doesn't explicitly have to be on your inventory, but it can't be, like, a powerful magic item, but, like, a Sharpie would be well within. Yeah, so
Yeah.
with an 8, you can pull out, like, a permanent marker.
Oh, shit.
Or were you going for, like, a chisel or carving implement instead?
Oh,
Alex!
Discord.
Come back.
Discord fails Alex yet again.
Discord. Behave yourself.
We're howling at the moon here.
And sleeping in the middle of a summer afternoon.
Sorry, Discord has this weird thing sometimes where it just like glitches out and then I can't hear any noise from anyone.
Oof, that's no good.
So I just
That's nice.
so I can just like pull out like a pen and a notebook.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, you
And
pull
then-
out a pen and a notebook
Copy the guidance rune.
onto a sheet of paper.
Yep.
All right, you do that. What do you want to do with the sheet of paper? I should note, you're standing outside in the rain right now. This sheet of paper has a shelf life.
And we gotta do this quickly.
I
Mm-hmm.
mean, we could go into another room though, as well.
Yeah, you can go
we
back
could
inside
try
to
this
do
into
this.
directly a different room.
Mm-hmm.
So Chibi'gi'd like tears the first paper out and just like balls it up and throws it like directly up in the air to see if that does anything.
I think like one person on the second floor like looks over for a second and then keeps walking on.
I mean, I was more thinking if like the paper like went anywhere.
With the guidance rune on it.
Yeah.
I think the wind catches it and blows it towards the closed door a bit.
It's a sign.
Barbara's unsure about that being a sign. But I guess technically, they don't have anything else to go with.
Onward then?
Seems like
Onwards, I
Onwards.
guess.
a good thing to do, I guess.
Do you want to take your stepladder?
Oh, yeah, she's grabbing the stepladder.
I don't know that the stepladder is still there because hammer space fumbles only last a minute.
Oh, that's fair. She,
He turned her head out there.
she just like points at it and it's gone because it disappears.
Just Spider-Man point and then it just disapparates.
Onwards to the next godforsaken door.
6.
Okay. 6.
You open up the room, it's just the number 6. What do?
Well, so here's the thing.
Oh no.
We opened that one twice.
Yes. And I'm trying to decide whether I should send you to a different room or send you back into the reception room again.
There
It's
weren't
the
there 3
reception
doors
room
in the
again.
reception room?
If it's the reception room again, we can just close the door and open it again.
But which door
That's
is it?
true. Yep. So you
What
open the
this-
door. I think you open the. Wait. You open the door, and you are walking in through the third door in the reception hall, which was the one you had not opened. There are 2 propped doors in this room, one leading back to the parlor and one leading onto. I can't fucking remember where you went after this. I haven't been tracking it.
Oh.
So, yep, all 3 doors in this room have now been opened. You'll have to unprop and close one of them to continue on to a different place.
We'll just close the one in the room we were in and open it back up again, I guess.
Get rid of the courtyard, get a new room.
Mm-hmm.
Room trading.
I would like to return this room.
Trade this room in for a new one.
A raid check on the room, please.
All right.
But
Whoever wants to roll for a new room can do so.
Cassie, you haven't rolled for a room.
Alright. I will roll a d20 then. We'll see how this goes.
I'm waiting for us to get a nat 1 and then be thrown into combat.
There you go! You spoke the words. There's your nat 1.
Okay. The door opens
spoken.
The door opens onto a small bathroom. There's only the one door in this bathroom.
Oh, man.
Well,
Anyone gotta go?
How small is small? Can Tess even, like, if Tess goes in the room, is it like, that's the whole room?
You could all squish into this room together, but it would be a tight fit.
I think just
Is
gonna
the
back
runes-
out so
Oh my god.
are the
I
rooms in
cannot
this room?
believe this.
Someone roll perception if you want to see if the runes are in here.
Oh my god. I cannot believe I fucking spoke the words and it happened.
Okay, that's 20 for perceiving the bathroom. You can't see the runes anywhere in this room. On the other hand, this is also a very small room that does not contain any foundations or load-bearing posts, so that might be why. It looks like this room is still in use. It's not absolutely, like, grimy.
I cannot fucking believe this. Okay.
Oh man.
At least only half of what I said came true.
This is still
Who wants to fight the toilet?
God damn it. Do
Well,
not
that's
this
Second
toilet.
half true.
No. So there's
Do not fight the
there's
fucking toilet.
Well,
so there's only
we found
there's no other doors to the bathroom, are there? Like, did you say something like that?
No. You'll
Okay.
have to close the door and try for a new one again.
those random teenagers' friends, like their bathroom.
Too bad they aren't there.
Yeah, the one who needed it is the one who got lost. Oh boy.
He's not in here.
No, the
I guess
bathroom
you
is
never found
empty.
it. You never found
Tess,
it.
do you want to roll again?
Yeah, I'm gonna roll again.
Get a 20.
How? Excuse me? Excuse me, how? I wish to know what the dice have. The dice have opinions today. Well, the dice have opinions and they're listening.
The dice are listening into our phone call. Holy shit!
What gods said, yes, we are listening. Oh my god.
Okay.
Oh, Dice Parser, you're so good today.
The dice person
You're so good today. Oh my god.
something going on.
Okay.
Oh my god.
I can't even breathe.
So
above
this
me,
time
hard.
the door opens into a large bedroom. If you all want to roll perception.
Yes, please.
It's Tess propping the door.
Yes, if the room they're going into has like stuff in it, it isn't just a single bathroom, then yeah, he's probably throwing.
Okay.
Where
Fuck.
where'd she go?
Get a 20.
No.
I've lost my
No.
perception. Where's my perception?
Barbara does not have luck with perception.
That
tonight.
excuse me. What?
No.
Tess, what? We've got two nat
20s in a row.
The dice listen! The dice know!
No, actually, that's so we got
For fuck's sake.
Chibi'gi'd got a nat 20 to perceive the bathroom, and then we got a nat 20 to get to this room. We got a nat 20 to perceive this room. We're just perceiving the rooms. Let's go.
Holy shit.
Okay.
So if you want Tess to roll something specific, make sure you say it before they roll,
Dead ass though, like.
and the dice will listen.
But if you don't say anything, he's gonna roll like a 2 or a 0.
Yeah.
Okay.
Parser is listening.
This person's like, you know, it'd be funny.
Okay. So with a 7, Barbara, you can tell this is probably the master bedroom of the house, and it looks like it's still in use, like it's not covered in dust like some of the rooms you've seen. So 15, Chibi'gi'd, yeah, you pick up that, and also, like, how to word this? Like, I'm going from lowest ascending, so everyone with a higher roll will also pick up on this as well. There's some more photos around the room, mostly of Finn's parents, and, like, Finn as a child. And, you know, personal artifacts. You can tell that, basically enough for you to tell that, yeah, this is the room Finn is occupying while they live here. With a 19 and a 22, there's also a smaller desk in this room, like there was in the study. It doesn't have as many books on it, but it does have 2 journals laid out on it,
Ooh.
which you
Oh
can
my
go over
God.
and look at if you'd like.
Is every
What is
picture
this game?
of Finn and his parents the same?
No, there's various pictures. The formal portrait you saw downstairs, these are candid shots. So it's like, oh, Finn's first day of school, oh, Finn's parents' wedding, stuff like that.
Ghost backpack.
How would they wear a backpack? They don't have arms. Did they
just,
wear
like,
a fanny pack to school?
Toon logic, everybody.
It's all in the hammer space.
You can
It's
tell
all in
they're
the
a
hammer
child.
space.
You could tell they're a child because they're wearing a propeller hat.
And they're shorter.
They have a striped shirt.
Yeah.
Striped
Yeah.
pants.
That's how you tell everyone's a child if they're wearing a striped shirt.
Okay. Okay. Does anyone want to go over and look at the journals? Or anything else in the room?
Well, Barbara doesn't perceive.
Tessa's probably
So we'll go to the journals.
Tessa's gonna hold the door open and like look around for something to shove in front of the door again. That's their shtick. They're sticking with it.
There's probably like a
They're
little.
sticking it in the door.
Um,
There's probably like a little chair or ottoman or table or something you can pull over.
Pull over probably the ottoman. Why not?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you can roll investigation on the journals if you want. Whoever wants to look at them.
Finn, we're invading your personal space.
Maybe you should have left away.
do they say that? Do they say that out loud?
Yes, Chibi'gi'd says that out loud.
Good.
Okay. 13. Well, this isn't a very high roll, because it's just journals in front of you. But you can tell that the journal on the left is very old. It's like made of like leather that's starting to crack and peel. And the journal on the right is much newer. It's like a spiral-bound college roll notebook that you buy at the store, and not from a specialty one. So the journal on the right is open, and there are some notes there that look kind of scattered, but they're like the rules rune is scrawled at the top, and then underneath it there's some like how many there's some like notes like how many rules, like nature of the rules, question mark, tape on the floor circled, and the journal on the left has a couple pages bookmarked in it if you would like to look at those.
Sure, let's look at the bookmarks.
Mm-hmm. So the first of the bookmarked entries is like, I don't have this all written up, but it's basically talking about, Marcus went to talk to the enchanter again today because, you know, the spell on the house has been acting up lately, and the enchanter said it's just the bad weather we've been having, causing the house to settle and the enchantment to act up. I don't believe that for a goddamn second. I knew Marcus shouldn't have hired his friend Bill's cousin for this job, but like, he wouldn't hear otherwise. And then the second bookmarked entry is like, I told Marcus it wasn't just the weather because now it's been clear for months, and poor Agatha was trapped in the hallways for nearly 2 days before we found her. And it did turn out that she had taken the silverware like I thought, but still, that's not really something for the house to be acting on. I have half a mind to go down to the enchanters myself and drag him over here to undo whatever he did to the house, because honestly, this is too much. And then the last bookmarked entry is written in a different hand, like someone else was writing in the same journal. And it says, like, well, I haven't found any records of the enchanter that Aunt May was talking about in this. I should have picked a different name there. I haven't found any record of the enchanter that Aunt Jennifer was talking about in this journal. So that's a dead end in terms of finding out what caused the house to be like this. Unfortunately, the incidents that she described in her journal have only been getting worse in the years since. I'm going to be contacting another enchanter to see if they can undo what was done to the house, but at this rate, it just seems like it might be a better cause to abandon the house altogether. And then there are no more pages filled in after that.
Hmm.
Or something happened here. What are the rules? Or are they just the same that we know of?
There are not rules written down on the page. It's just the rules rune and some notes about, like someone was thinking about rules.
Okay.
Is there anything else in the room that can be examined?
I didn't have anything planned, but if you want to start poking around for, like, other stuff.
If you don't have anything planned.
Tess is gonna find another door if possible. He doesn't really want to.
There's another door.
Is there anything under the bed?
Dust. There is actually. Well, do you want to roll investigation?
Sure. Funny.
Okay, 20. Yeah, with the 20, I think you find a old-looking box, and when you open it up, there are a lot of old-looking invitations for parties held at the Everett estate in this box.
What was the date for them?
There are a few dates. So it's ordered, so the oldest ones are on top, and there are like several dates for a year that was probably 100, 120 years ago. And then it continues on like several parties a year, and then it's like only a few parties a year, like until it becomes like, oh, there's like one invitation for most years, some years have none. And then about 7 years ago, that's when the last invitation is for.
Oh. I wonder why I stopped.
Do they say that out loud?
Yeah.
Barbara pointedly gestures to the house.
I mean, they can fix that. They just need to call another enchanter.
Clearly that didn't work.
Another one.
Don't you think they have had time to call another enchanter before now? Like, they're still inviting people into their house, and
Who
that's a little
knows?
weird.
A little weird would be an understatement at this point.
That's true. That's very true.
What's so strong about these enchantments, these runes, that an enchanter can't undo them?
They're carved into the wood.
You could
Well,
just scratch
yes.
them out. No? I don't quite know how runes work, I'll be honest. And Tess kind of looks at Goozma like, you seem to know more about magic than I do.
I did grab this book from one of the previous rooms, and she's gonna fish around in his hammer space for the enchantment book he grabbed before. Okay, he grabs it. Maybe I could do a bit of research into this, see if it tells me anything about how to maybe dispel an enchantment, even if it's a really big one like this.
You can roll investigation.
I will do so. God damn it.
Okay, 13. So you do find a section of the book labeled Dispelling Rune Enchantments, Dispelling Rune-based enchantments. But the method it suggests is to destroy the rune or what the rune is carved into.
Well,
Which is the foundation of of the house.
That doesn't sound like a good idea.
Yeah. Sounds like a really bad idea.
Yeah, so you're guessing that's why this method hasn't been used on this house yet.
What if we just like shave a part of it, or like shave it off till the runes aren't so clear anymore? Because
Well, that might hurt the structure of the house.
right.
Yeah, we really don't want to destroy the foundation of the house. I'd rather not be trapped in a house that's collapsing on itself.
Not to mention we probably won't get paid if that happens, so, like, I'd prefer just
That
to
as well.
find a way out and leave it at that. Maybe tell people not to go to it again, but, you know.
Strangely, still not the worst place I've ever worked at.
Not gonna ask.
You keep saying that.
I
but
do.
I do
She
not believe
does.
you.
I smile in lore.
Oh, there we go. I think Tess is gonna glance at the rest of them and go, do we want to keep looking around here, or do we want to see if maybe we can find a way elsewhere? I don't even know at this point. What do y'all want to do?
You like to explore more.
On to the next.
Unlike most places, keeping walking has helped us find more information. So, you know,
Information
couldn't hurt to try.
Alright, someone want to open that next door?
Sure. Yeehaw.
Okay. I scrolled the wrong direction.
Tess is gonna pull
Oh,
like a end table in front of the door or something and be like, it's gotta stay open now.
yeah. Okay, the door swings open onto a hallway that is lined by several other doors and lit by some flickering electronic lights. There is not tape in this hallway.
That was what I was gonna ask.
When will there be tape again?
When will the tape return from the war?
Chibi'gi'd makes another guidance rune on a sheet of paper, and then like folds it into a piece of like a paper airplane, and then throws it out.
Yeah, the paper airplane like flies down the hallway, out of sight, and you can hear footsteps in the hallway.
All right, that way.
What? Say what now?
Barbara's gonna call out, Finn, is that you?
Yeah. But you guys left your room, didn't you?
There was a teenager, like 2 of them, that came to us.
And basically they said their friend wandered off because they were trying to find a restroom, and so they kept wandering and they found us, and then we decided we were going to try and find you, and then we learned about the runes.
Your house
So
broke.
yes, your house broke.
Non-Euclidean bullshit.
Yeah, Finn walks into view, and they look pretty dejected, and they're like, yeah, the house is certainly broken.
So, question. How do we get out?
I've been trying to figure that out myself.
Oh, good.
Great, so not even our employer knows how to get us out of here.
Mm-hmm. Sadly, not yet. If I knew how to get people out, if I knew how to undo the enchantment on this house, I wouldn't be running it as a haunted house.
Why do you keep running it as a haunted house? If you know people can get trapped in the house.
Finn looks to the side. You're gonna have to roll insight or persuasion.
Alright, let's see which is higher. Ooh.
Yeah. Barbara has a +7 in persuasion.
Oh,
That's
snap.
an
Silly,
insight
you
check.
lie
Snap.
again.
I'm gonna roll persuasion, but it may not be good. So hey, let's see what happens. Come on, Tess, what are you up to? Nope. That's a total of
You said-
9.
You said it may not be good, and Dex Parser listen.
I should stop saying that, huh? Oh,
You gotta make a convinced dice parser that it's gonna be the best roll possible.
I gotta fake it till I make it.
Absolutely.
Okay, so Chibi'gi'd rolled the 19 and Barb rolled the 23 to back them up. So, Finn, fidgets, and then finally, slumps and is like, it's hard to explain, but the house, traps people within the walls when it decides they've broken the rules.
Uh-huh.
We noticed.
And at some point over the past century, it's rather gotten a taste for that. And it likes taking people prisoner.
Oh, it's an evil house.
So much so that if there's no one who's broken the rules to take prisoner, it just takes whoever happens to be there.
Oh, that's not good.
I was hoping I wouldn't have to
it's
deal
not.
with a living house, but I suppose it was only a matter of time. It is Halloween.
I'm ready to kill a house.
Right?
Let's not kill a house, darling.
Tess
Hey,
does
I've already traumatized a child tonight. I am ready to burn down a fucking house.
Tess does
Please
I am
stop
just
talking
standing
about
here.
the child.
Tess is just I am just standing here. We go from possibly evil house to traumatizing children again to killing the house. I am just standing here. They're just looking between everyone like, I have no idea what's going on.
Finn is like, if you burn the house down, though, there's still people in here.
Let's not.
I could get the guests out, but
Let's not burn it
I
down.
think you should do that, for one. And for two, maybe... Is there a center to the house or something?
The courtyard, right?
Well, I mean a magical
Actually-
center.
yes, there is. It's in the basement.
Oh,
Why am I not surprised?
Of God.
Why am I not surprised either?
the furnace.
So, who wants to bet on what we're gonna find down there? I have 5 gold on zombies.
Mine is
Gives you a
on
look
fire
like-
spirits.
I have ghosts, too.
Well, you already know there's at least one ghost living here.
I have an advantage. I know there's a ghost here.
So Finn waves you over to the next door out in the hallway, if you want to follow.
Tess is following.
Yeah, sure.
Or Goozma.
Just prop the door.
I mean, he's gonna stand there holding the door until he can find something to prop it with, but he's just gonna hold it for a second, and look around. I don't know if there's anything he can't
I
find.
mean,
the door.
there's still loose items in the bedroom you could use.
Yeah, he'll prop it. He'll prop the bedroom door open, yeah, for sure. But yeah.
Just pull the vanity in front of the
Okay.
door.
At this
That
point,
would
he's
take long.
probably at this point he's just like, all right, wherever there's a end table or something. Just I don't care if I'm messing up the room slightly. He can show back in a position later. We gotta do something about this.
Evil house.
House that is up to no good.
Evil
Let's
house.
go.
So Finn
He's kind of
Finn
done.
leads you out into the hallway and over to the next door, which they stand in front of for a moment, and then they reach out and open it, and it opens onto a set of stairs that leads down into the basement. And they start descending the stairs first, so you have the choice to follow them or not.
To follow or let the door close behind them.
Tess might go back into the bedroom and find something to prop the next door open with. They can move out there. He's just like, you know what? I am so done with doors changing. They will all get propped open.
The door open for Tess to do that.
Tess is just kind of done with getting lost in a house. It's a house. How can you get lost in a house? Can you just go back to living in a forest again? There's no doors there.
You can make doors in a forest.
You could. I don't think he
You
would
don't
at this
have
point. But yeah, he's gonna follow once he does that.
And we're all down the stairs.
Okay. Do you want to roll perception for the basement?
Oh dear God.
Hey, Tess, do
Let us
well.
perceive.
Oh, +2 is a 10.
Goozma, that's
Okay.
a nat 1.
Oh,
Oh boy.
I got a 12.
Thankfully, it's not the correct. Oh wait, there I see. Yeah, Goozma doesn't see shit. With the nat 1, it's dark down here.
I must tune into my crab senses because crabs have blind sense for some goddamn reason.
Tess has dark vision. He probably can't see much, but he has dark vision, so he can see. I think he's got dark vision.
Yeah. So 13 for Barb. Finally, a halfway decent perception roll. Congratulations. And 12 for Tessura.
Miracle.
The two of you can see that the basement is a fairly large room. It looks like it runs under the entirety of the mansion above.
Oh boy.
And it looks like it's even under the. It looks like it's even under the courtyard because it's a big square room versus like a ring. And at the very center of the room is carved an intricate magic circle. You can spot the 5 runes that you saw earlier on some of the like boards and foundations at points around the circle, but there's a load of other smaller runes and like, you know, general magical doohickey. Yeah, and with a 20 Chibi'gi'd, you can see that there have been attempts to remove this circle. It's sort of banged up. It's been, like, scratched like someone was trying to wear away at it. It's very old. People have tried to remove it. Nothing's worked so far.
Oof.
Just like a hula hoop. Just raise it off the ground.
No, it's carved into the ground.
Dang, my plan did not work then. Well, this sucks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Finn is standing beside the magic circle thing and is like, I've been trying to lift the spell on the house ever since I inherited it, but
Why not just,
no
like,
one...
kill the house? In, like, tear it down kind of way? And then build a new, not terribly cursed house?
Well, the issue with trying to destroy the house is everyone who's inside it.
Uh-huh.
Everyone inside it will what?
I don't know.
Okay.
If you were to set the house on fire like you suggested, I imagine they would burn to death, but...
Let's not do that.
Let's not burn the house down.
Can Chibi'gi'd investigate, like, the rooms with, like, religion?
Yes, or Arcana.
Yeah. Well, religion's better for them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, anyone who wants to take a look at the magic circle can with religion or Arcana.
It has the same modifier for both. It's a 16.
So
All right, Barb.
Okay.
I'm gonna wait.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
Okay. Tessura, this is a magic circle. You recognize the 5 runes that you know from before, but that's it.
Yeah, he's not a
Um,
very knowledgeable lad.
16 and 17, Chibi'gi'd and Barb can sort of see how these elements add up. And the original intention of the enchantment, which was very loosely defined, so thanks for that, original enchanter. But sort of that the original intention was that those who went against the masters of the house would be kept within it until the masters removed them. But sort of, as you can tell, that has not gone as intended.
Have you tried removing the people?
On the 24, okay. I think I have something for Goozma's 24. So you can tell obviously this magic circle is very old. It was carved, it was like put into the foundation of the house as the house was being built. The house is like built around this magic. And you can kind of tell, by looking at how the magic is set up, see how organically the spell has come to be misinterpreted and collapsed and sort of into the current functionality where it's just like taking people prisoner for no reason and then keeping them, even though the owner of the house, Finn, does not seem to be on board with it. And I think you see that there are some cracks in the foundation that are running through the circle that are very fine, but that have shifted elements of the circle ever so slightly out of their initial position, which might have accounted for the, degradation of the spell over time.
Shit, anyone happen to know Mold Earth?
Well,
No.
mending would work as well, wouldn't it?
No.
I thought those was items, but well, Tess doesn't know nothing because Tess doesn't have mending. Ignore me.
Let's see. Let me check. I have mending.
Like I
Here's the
said,
thing.
Barbara's a support build. She doesn't know shit. She doesn't know any spells that could help right now.
Repairs a single break or tear in an object you touch, such as a broken chain link, 2 halves of a broken key, a torn cloak, or a leaking wineskin. As long as the break or tear is no larger than 1 foot in any dimension, you mend it, so leaving no trace of the former damage.
Well, you said the cracks are pretty fine, right?
The cracks
Pretty
are
sure
very
the-
thin.
I'm
But
pretty sure the foundation does not count as an item.
The
That's
foundation
fair.
can count as an item, but you could use mending for a couple of the cracks, but there is at least one that runs through the whole circle that is more than 1 foot long. So you could mend some of the cracks this way. I don't know if you could mend them all.
Does
Anyone
anyone
got
have
the-
like?
I was gonna say, anyone got some cement?
I was gonna say crazy glue,
Cement.
but cement would work better.
Crazy glue and cement. Jesus Christ.
What are your rules? And like Chibi'gi'd turns to Finn.
The same ones I told you when you came in. So, staying on the taped pathways, actors staying in their rooms, guests can't touch or attack the actors can't cause the guests harm, no eating in the haunted house, no damaging the house, the furniture, or the props, and everyone has to leave promptly when the haunted house closes.
You know, like there are children in here, right?
Yes.
And you let them in.
Yes.
Like, you could be choosy with this, you know?
Also, you didn't give us a way to, like, contact you? And so, darling, we did have to leave because, someone needed help and we didn't have any way of contacting y'all.
Finn is just standing there,
Aw.
You can roll insight.
I love rolling insight.
I would like to roll insight, please.
Specifically insight or persuasion as well.
Oh, that the flat number is Tess. That's a flat 10. Average.
I'll just do insight.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
Nope.
That
Back
didn't
to bad
work out.
rolls.
Oh my gosh.
No.
So the highest is Chibi'gi'd's 12.
Truly a high number.
Yeah, with fives, Barb and Goozma, you can't read much into Finn being quiet. You don't know if they're quiet because they're processing and hadn't thought of this before. You don't know. With a 10, Tessura, Finn has thought of this before. With a 12, Chibi'gi'd, Finn has thought of this before, and decided to continue on anyways.
Oh no.
Okay.
Great!
Hey, why? What if you just, like, left the house and didn't let anyone else in?
Or at the very least.
Finn walks over a few steps and gestures to another rune. You didn't see this one marked in the book. It's not one of the big 5, but it is fairly big within the circle. And they say, the ownership of the house runs both ways. I have some control over it, but I'm also bound to the house. I can't leave for very long.
Oh, that's stupid.
It wasn't initially designed that way, but none of us was.
Well,
What kind of crackshot enchanter did they get?
we gotta figure out some way to stop this happening then. Or, like... 'cause this
Chibi'gi'd raises mace.
Oh dear.
I don't think the house would take too kindly for us here, breaking it.
We already broke the rules.
Breaking it and breaking the rules are two different things.
Breaking it was breaking one of the rules.
Barbara's like,
What?
Are you even listening to yourself right now?
What more possible harm could come from it?
Barbara's sweating.
Finn,
Tess is just looking between them like,
thoughts. What more possible harm could come from this?
I mean, I'm not sure. I've never tried. I never
Alright.
tried to that extent.
Well,
I'd be hesitant to even try it.
what have you tried then? Like, what do we, like...
What
Mostly
can we
I've,
rule
Have you
out?
tried anything?
I've been looking into ways to dispel the magic mostly, but I've only had a few years to look, which when I say it like that, it sounds like I really should have found something by now, but overall, the members of the Everett family have been looking for a way to stop this for decades. Compared to that,
That's true.
I
Is there,
know
like-
what's been tried before has been, well, trying to carve the runes out of the house. That's why there's these scratch marks. That didn't work. Trying to dispel the enchantment just with a basic end spell magic didn't work.
Are there opposite runes to these? Could you just
Opposite runes?
cancel it out with an enchantment that's the exact same but just an opposite?
Finn is just like looking at you, puzzled. Opposite How? Runes with a different meaning? Or mirror?
Well, this one's
or...
safe. Isn't there one for, like, danger?
Do we want to be carving?
I'm sorry. You want to put a danger rune into the house.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like,
You really...
if you put them both in the same thing, in the same enchantment, wouldn't they cancel each other out?
Finn walks over to the safety enchantment, which is, like, the biggest in the runic circle, and gestures to it, and is like, this is to make sure that no one comes to any serious harm within the house. Do you really want to cancel that out?
It is part of all the rest of them, though.
Yes, but...
Which one would you... What we could try with another one, then. But still, like, would that hold
Probably
up?
the containment rune. I don't... There's no... This is the heart of the house. No magic laid elsewhere is going to be as powerful as it is right here.
Well, then
Can
we
I
just
look
carve
for,
it
like-
here, right?
You can try.
Can I look for, like, a freedom rune or something?
Sure, you do have the rune book with you. You just have to pull it out of Hammerspace, I think.
Alright.
Roll hammer space.
Oh. Swear.
4? Yep. So you pull out the Book of Runes again.
And just looking for a freedom thing, or would that be Arcana or religion?
Investigation?
Okay.
Because you're looking in the book.
This is true. This is true. Cool.
9. I'd say you find some runes that are for open sky, wandering, travel, that sort of thing, which is sort of in the right vein, but not exactly the release from imprisonment rune that you're looking for.
There was a protection against police officers for bandits.
There was.
Barbara,
Here, does anyone
kind
else
of
want to try?
gestures. Yeah, Barbara is gesturing and is like, "Here, I can take a look." So what was it?
Everyone gets to turn on the
Investigation.
rune book.
Mm-hmm.
Investigation. Oh, hey. 20 plus 2. Please roll good. Okay.
15. Yeah, so you definitely find some runes for breaking bonds, freedom from imprisonment, freedom from. There's probably one for freedom from unwanted relationships, like various runes, but you can find one that you think would counteract a containment rune.
Turns the book around and points to it and says, "How about we try carving this one into the house?" And points to the one that would counteract it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything else in the basement, or is it just like one big room with the big circle?
The rune room.
The rune room.
It's
Rune room.
It's pretty much just the one big room with the magic circle and the
Gotcha.
staircase leading up out of it.
Gotcha.
It's a big house. They can store stuff elsewhere.
Lucky. I would like a room that big. What do I do with it?
Mm-hmm.
So does someone else want to
Okay.
try carving it? Barbara's not doing it.
Yeah, how do you want to go about trying to carve this?
Goozma's got a knife or a dagger.
It's gonna say Barbara. I mean, Barbara has a dagger, but she doesn't want to use it.
The closest edge object I have is a sickle.
I mean, Tess has a dagger and a short sword, so like either one of those could be used to.
So we're not short
Toss it
of
around.
blades to use, but sort of like, how do you want to approach this? Are you carving this beside the containment rune? Are you carving this on top of the containment rune? Are you?
That's the question.
Mm-hmm.
That is the question.
Hey, magic nerd.
That's Goozma.
Yeah. Goozma has
He's
that.
referred to himself as magic nerd.
That's fair.
Goozma does have that book on enchantments. Would he be able to flip through that book to maybe find information on how to, stack runes? Or
You can roll investigation. Okay, 16. You find a section of the book on modifying enchantments, which says that it's very risky to remove part of a magic enchantment once it's been set up, and it's slightly less risky, although still a bit not recommended for amateurs to try to append onto an enchantment. So you do get the sense you will have to try and add this on top of the existing enchantment, and hope that it combines with the other runes in a good way. There is a chart there for how to expand a magic circle with additional runes, but I think you get the sense from this that it's sort of expanding upon an enchantment has a difficult time going against the key core components of that enchantment, especially like your containment was one of the 5 central runes to this enchantment. So you do get the sense that you could expand onto this enchantment with the freedom from imprisonment rune, but it might not have the effect that you hoped for, and it might be easier to try to maintain the original intent of the spell but redirect it versus trying to counteract it entirely.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Tess is just looking between the group like he doesn't know magic that much, so he's just trying to figure out like what they can do.
You could try looking back through the rune book for a rune with a different intention.
maybe a
Or you
rune
could try.
that just expels people from the house, so it's still punishing the rule breakers, but it kicks them out of the house instead of trapping them.
Here, Barbara still got the book. I'll roll investigation again.
Can I?
Fantastic.
I was gonna
Never
say,
mind.
Can I like help her to give her advantage?
Or you can roll yourself. Yeah, you could do
You'll
either.
just be reading over her shoulder.
Well, my investigation's garbage, so like he can stand close and like maybe he can see better in the light that he's casting or something.
Alright. Alright, roll again.
Oh no! Oh
Wait,
no!
hold on. I have inspiration. We're at the very tail end of this because it's fucking 9 o'clock. I'm gonna roll it. I'm gonna use inspiration.
Okay.
Better. Thank you.
Well, inspiration's just an instant nat 20, so.
Oh, it is?
Mm-hmm.
My old group did it differently, so
That is how I've heard it played in this server. So.
that's valid.
What sort of thing would you like this rune to do? You're saying like kick people out of the house instead of keeping them trapped here?
Shit, I don't fucking know, I guess.
Well, if you're not looking for anything in particular, I can. Well, with a nat 20, I can steer you towards something that we're.
Yeah.
Let's see. What would work? I didn't have an ending for this game planned when I started running it, by the way.
My god. You're so valid.
Hey, that's nonsense.
I didn't know what y'all would try to do. This was not something I had foreseen.
We're adventuring.
Exactly.
The real story was the fun we had along the way.
The real
Exactly.
story was us propping open every door.
And traumatizing children.
Exactly.
And traumatizing children.
Ironically, I'm still laughing about the fact that Tess wasn't the one that traumatized a child despite his appearance.
Yeah, that's wild. Okay, I think Barbara, you start flipping through the book, and there is a rune that catches your eye that is not necessarily what you were looking for, which is a rune for understanding / wisdom, that sort of thing. And at first you're like, that's probably not helpful in this situation. But after a moment, you remember what Finn had said about the house getting a taste for keeping people prisoner, and you think, well, maybe if the house could understand why it's bad to keep people trapped here, that might help.
Maybe we teach the house morality.
Is going to relay this idea to everyone and see what they think.
I mean, it might work.
Well,
Sounds like a plan.
everyone.
All right.
I mean, it seems like it could work. I mean, why not?
So we carve it.
Are you carving, Are you carving, kids?
Yes,
Are we
what would-
carving?
Hey,
was it?
Captain.
What would we need to roll for carving?
Strength.
Oh no.
Oh, pack.
This is not the for strength rolls, huh?
No, I'm a buff boy.
Let me look.
Give it a try. Holy shit!
God.
Dirty 20,
Okay.
that
All
worked.
right.
I was gonna look at something, but that's a dirty 20 right there.
Yeah, the 1 foot mushroom lifts.
Apparently!
The 1 foot
Apparently.
mushroom has more strength than the 7 foot tall cryptid. Let's go!
I love D&D logic.
It's amazing.
Yep.
So
Somehow this works.
working from the references that Goozma and Barb have in their books, Chibi'gi'd carves into the stone to expand the circle out with the understanding wisdom rune. So sort of tacking that onto the existing enchantment. And as that's carved into the stone, as they finish carving it, like a shudder goes through the house, like all the boards rattle, and when you can hear like stuff falling over upstairs as furniture shakes.
It's gonna break itself.
And then the
Breaks
house,
rules.
it's like Chibi'gi'd's fucking shake the floor thaumaturgy on steroids. Then that stops, and the house goes still again. Really, this should be Finn doing this because they're the fucking owner of the house, but anyone want to try telling the house, hey, keeping people prisoner is wrong? I feel like y'all are the players, you should at least have a shot at that before I have Finn do it.
I
Sure.
mean, Goozma has no sense of morals currently because he's barely lived outside a tower, so.
Yeah,
can tell.
Mr. Traumatized a child can probably stay quiet for this part.
Chibi'gi'd puts their hand down.
I mean, if no one wants to try rolling persuasion to talk to the house, I will have Finn do it. I just wanted to give y'all first shot at it.
I mean, I have a +7 in persuasion. Barbara can
Yes.
try.
I saw that.
It's 15.
15's not bad. What do you try and tell the house?
She kind of like taps her hoof on the ground and says, "Hey, darling, maybe, keeping people in your here walls ain't such a great idea. It can be a little bit of trouble trying to get them out."
Like thoughts on the Pope.
That's all she says.
Okay. You can hear wind whistling through the hall at the top of the stairs in a way that vaguely sounds maybe like a voice, though you can't make out exact words.
Can
Did
Tess
I
roll
roll
persuasion?
insight?
Can Tess roll persuasion as well?
You can roll I'm trying to figure out a way for the house to talk back to you.
Oh, gotcha.
But yes, you can roll persuasion as well. Or you can try rolling perception to figure out what the house is trying to say.
I'll perceive.
I would like to persuade because they're both the same modifier, and I'm curious. That's a dirty 21. I think he's gonna raise his voice slightly and just kind of speak up and be like, "How are people supposed to learn from their mistakes and learn to not break the rules if they never have a chance to do better and not break the rules? It's not really fair to only give someone one chance and they're forever stuck. Like, would it be better just to let them go?" That's all he says.
So with the 16, Chibi'gi'd can make out in the faint wind was a sort of, why would you ever want to take them out? And in response to Tessura's saying that of they should have a chance to leave and learn to do better. That is a 21. I think the house is you're right. They won't learn to do better here. But then I'll lose them.
Can I put the fear of God in this house?
What?
You can. What do you want to do?
I would like to roll an intimidation check.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Okay. Intimidate the house, I guess.
I don't know how this will go, but hopefully it'll go well.
It's a 15.
15. What are you trying to do to intimidate the house?
I would like to present my holy symbol. For one.
I guess the house is gonna roll Arcana?
Oh
The
my
house
God.
doesn't have stats. The house doesn't
Oh,
know what you're trying to
God.
show it.
This is God. If God,
What are they holding?
I have a picture of it. Hold on.
Oh my God.
So
I want to
it is-
know.
It is a small. It's like a mushroom, like a dried mushroom, but with a little carving on it. And if I find this channel on my phone, I can post the carving.
Game Zone Part 5
Sure.
or Walnut Gallery.
And it just looks like this.
Funky.
All right.
Cool.
And Chibi'gi'd's just like, if you keep with this, the cycle will never continue. And God will kill you.
Jesus.
You will know decay like no other.
Please imagine Chess being thoroughly confused off the sidelines.
Has Chibi used their bardic inspiration yet?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Unfortunately.
What a shame.
I mean, she does
That
have
would be
4.
so funny.
She has 4 points. She could give you another one.
You want it to put the fear of God in a house?
I think that'd be funny.
Okay.
Roll a bardic
Sure.
inspiration die.
Oh, sure, y'all get to traumatize a house, but when I traumatize a child, it's like, no,
It makes
don't
it a
traumatize
20.
a child.
Well,
That
15
specifically
plus 7,
makes
that
it
actually
a...
makes it a 22.
Yep.
Yeah.
You rolled higher than Tess.
Uh,
So we're just over here playing good cop, bad cop. Barb and Tess are trying to reason with things, and Chibi'gi'd is like, I think you better behave or else.
or else my
Barb
God's
was
gonna
like,
kill
"Alright."
you.
I was like, I want to see this succeed. It'd be funny.
Okay, with a 22, I think that does it. You have put the fear of God into this house.
Yeah.
And the wind is whistling through the house, and it sounds like, I don't want to lose them, but I can't. I don't want to decay more. And you hear the sound of doors slamming open in the house above you, and people and confused voices.
And that's all you had to do.
Congratulations, you made the house capable of understanding speech, and then you threatened to kill it, and that worked.
Amazing.
Toonkind D&D, everybody.
Then Finn is standing there like, I can't believe this.
It will traumatize your kids, it will traumatize your houses, it will traumatize anything.
Do a business card that just says, "We'll traumatize you with what you need."
Oh man.
Okay. So, denouement conclusion time, unless anyone has anything else they want to do while you're still in the basement.
I solved your
that-
house.
I will take that as... Sorry.
Barbara is going to look at Finn and go, "We are still running the haunted house, right? Like, we still get to scare people?"
If you want to, I get the feeling that's not going to work out if everyone the house is trapped has just been set free. I get the feeling that's going to be quite a mess tonight.
We're getting paid, though, right?
Yes, you're still getting paid.
Alright.
And Finn actually reaches into their hammer space now and pulls out, like, not the right roll for hammer space.
Come on, make him fumble. Oh.
There we go. They do pull out the money to pay you, and you each get 35 gold. 30
Ooh.
gold for working the haunted house. 5 gold as a tip for breaking the curse on the house. Thank you. So you all get paid for your work. When you go out of the basement, there is indeed confusion in the halls because there is people that are paying guests here at a haunted house who are still following the taped paths and the other rules, and people who are working here as scare actors. But now suddenly there's like dozens of other people that have just been, let loose on the hallways and the normal geography of the house as it was intended to be built, and are very confused. Some of them have been in there for a long time. So, like, you pass one guy in very old-timey clothing who is screaming at someone with a cell phone because he doesn't know what it is.
For those
like
recently freed, follow the tape backwards, you'll get back to the entrance, and you'll be all good.
What's tape?
Shit, you're right.
Looks like he's stuck on that one.
Follow us.
I think before Tess leaves, like, I don't know if Finn's following them or not, but before he leaves where Finn is, and he's gonna try and pull out the photo, hand it back. What is it, D10 from Harry's face?
Yeah.
Yeah. He pulls out the photo and is like, I found this in the greenhouse. I don't know if you want this photo.
Finn looks at it and is like, I have no idea who this is.
I don't either.
I think that might have belonged to someone who was stuck here.
Takes off flash hood. I have no idea who this person is.
Well, Tess has no reason to keep the photo otherwise, but he figured he might as well check that it wasn't somebody's important photograph.
I mean, all the people that were trapped here are now upstairs and you could run it by them.
He might, yeah. If it doesn't, then he's just like, they would lose a photograph in the greenhouse.
And all their other stuff, but...
Is the old-timey clothing guy still, like, looking fresh?
Yeah. He's got old-timey clothing, but he doesn't look old himself. He's, like, maybe in his 40s.
Oh, that is bad.
Oh dear.
This house is worse than I thought.
Is Chibi'gi'd saying this?
Yes.
To the man's face?
Oh no.
After a directly to his face, but like I assume he's like across the hallway or something, and Chibi'gi'd's just like eyeing him.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Barbara is Barbara's pulling out a standy speaky, which I guess I should roll a d10 for that. Okay. She pulls it out and starts talking to her boss.
I think Tess is off trying to find the owner of the photograph. Just be like, did anyone lose a photograph in the greenhouse? Here is this giant cryptid that is trying to find the owner of this tiny piece of paper.
Mhm.
Reunite
I
it
think
with
like
person.
I think the guy in the old timey photo in the old timey clothes actually recognizes it and claims it.
Nice.
And it's like him and his brother or something.
Well, he's got that, and Tess will inform him that his bag is still in the greenhouse, but they didn't want to mess with it in case it was somebody's. So, if it wants it back, he can go to the greenhouse. If he wants
think
to
the
wander
guy's like,
the house.
I'm not going anywhere else in this godforsaken house except out of it.
That's, I mean, same.
This is true. It is godforsaken. Well, not yet. And then Chibi'gi'd like knocks on the wall.
Tess just is like, you know what? I think I'm in the same frame of mind. I would like to get out of this house.
And you all can get out of the house now, because the doors lead where they're supposed to.
Freedom.
Yay.
I think all those doors you had propped open, like, are now shut because they were in impossible positions, which the house is no longer supporting.
No more non-Euclidean geometry.
They like somehow sliced perfectly through what was ever like propping them open. There's a piano bench just like
Yeah, so there's like half a table lying on the ground.
No, the piano bench. They're gonna have a piano bench that doesn't match their piano now. Because they have to get a replacement.
You guys get out of the house. You freed everybody. You got paid. All in all,
You
a
could-
rousing success.
You just hear Barbara like very like annoyingly talking to someone on the standing speaking.
Oh man.
All right.
We
Is
did
there
it,
anything-
guys.
We succeeded.
You did it.
We taught a house morality that scared it.
we didn't teach a god moral. We didn't teach a house morality.
We put
I
the
don't
fear
think
of
it
God
learned
into
anything.
We put the fear
I
of God
just think
into
it feared God now. Yeah.
You
Yeah,
traumatized
I think it just
the poor
fears
house.
God now.
You traumatized the poor house.
Look at it. It's got
Look at it.
no more
You traumatized a
prisoners.
perfectly good house.
It's got anxiety.
City now. Look what you've done.
It's going to have nightmares about decaying. Even worse than it already is.
All right. Is there anything else anyone wants to do?
I had fun.
This was really
Alright.
fun.
It was.
Yay. I'm glad you guys had fun.
Yeah.
So we will call it there for the night. Thanks for listening, anyone who listens to the recording. I can talk. I can't talk. I've been talking for several hours now.
4.5.
And just remember, if you're having problems with your non-Euclidean geometry, simply put the fear of God in it.
Jesus Christ. All right. Good night, everybody.
Exactly.
Good night, everyone.
Have a good night.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Let's just keep saying good night. Don't stop the recording. Just keep saying good night until it ends.